All right, good morning and welcome back to the final day of the 2023 World Cup. I'm Matt Canick, joined here by Sean Abassi for what is going to be 4 games of tight white knuckle Scrabble as $60,000 in prize money are on the line for these contestants. Sean, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, it's the last day, and it means that we have an outcome to be determined. I think what I'm most looking forward to is just being able to try to soak in the last few games and the extra little bit of drama, that bit of excitement as things start to shake out. Uh, there's going to be some emotion as some players realize their chances slip away, and others realize that they're in the limelight. So this is exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will be testing these players on their clutch and their ability to hang tight. It's been a long tournament, already 27 games played, 4 more to go over this last day. And man, the brains really start to turn off. And as these games have higher and higher stakes, it's really hard to stay calm, stay focused, and work on making the right play every day. We are going to be broadcasting an NWL game first as Jackson Smiley looks to clinch the division with the win against Josh Sokol. It's a term called Gibsonization, and assuming Jackson pulls it out, I expect we switch over to the CSW lexicon for the rest of the day to watch the action there. I'm going to turn things over to Josh Greenway down on the floor as he's ready with the players, so we'll get things turned over there.
We're all set to go, actually, and it's really exciting. Both of these players are residents of Montreal now, and the fact that they're all excited, and they've had a long time uh, rivalry, being able to play each other, and now they're here at board one in the biggest tournament of the year, coming into a chance for Jackson to clinch, as you mentioned, or Josh to keep prolong that competition and see if he can still make an effort to catch Jackson. They've already started. Oh, a nice opening play by Josh. He's put down Fjord, keeping NS. Do you think that's the strongest play, Matt?
Yeah, I didn't even have a chance to bring it up, but that is the first thing that popped out to me. And I definitely agree with this decision by Josh. No reason to spend a lot of time, score very well out of that rack. And without an E, you're not going to keep yourself close enough to bingo range to justify a short play. So Fjord definitely makes a lot of sense as we turn over to Jackson's rack. And he has 7 consonants, but maybe some flexibility with that Y. Crypt, an available word, but nowhere to play that word. Not seeing a lot of other options right now. Crypt. Yeah, sheesh.
Looks like
What did
pitchy.
Jackson
Pitchy
think
could
of
just
that?
be a simple play to score some points.
Yeah, pitchy. Hypnic is another word as well. Hypnic. Chirpy. Maybe he does that. There's also potential to score a lot of points through that O instead, but I'm not seeing a play that scores exceptionally well there. He has something like trophy, perhaps, but I think you hit that double word square, play through the I, and that's exactly what Jackson's going to do here. Pitchy. Hypnic is another version of that. But maybe he's not certain on the hooks. Maybe he just likes what this does to the board better. Both Jackson and Josh very solid on their words, especially Jackson. So less a consideration for him. Anyway, Pitchy's going to come down, score quite well, let Jackson play out of that ugly, ugly rack. And we're turning things back over to Josh, who into his NS leave picked up 2 additional N's. So ENNNSTU is going to be his rack. Got to be a little frustrating because if one of those N's is almost anything else, that could be a bingo rack for him. And instead, he's stuck, likely scoring very few points. Shout out to Matthew Tunnicliffe in the Collins division, as Tunney seems to be the obvious play here. And again, Josh wasting almost no time before he puts that down. I think almost nobody will have anything to say. A very clear and apparent top play for him, and even exciting for him as he gets to string that T in the triple triple line when he's holding a very good leave.
Yeah, I find that when Jackson played pitchy, you mentioned that it's sort of shaping the board, and given the fact that if Josh, well, as he didn't have any bingo through the floating letters, it really means that a response play in that corner will either usually go horizontally off of the Y or vertically off of the Y, opening one of the triple lanes. So it's something where you can kind of predictably control that there's a good chance that the board will proceed in that direction and open up a spot for Jackson. We can't see all of Jackson's tiles right now, so he's put his arm in front as he's tracking. But
He's got
I think,
Enorrt, so he would have Rottener through that T. If it were one space over, it'd be a
oh
devastating
my,
triple,
not
but
quite.
not quite there.
Probably
Enorrt.
just dump Torrent if he wants to just blow up the rack, but I don't think he might do that. I think probably he'll play a little shorter and keep some of these good tiles. What would be a sound play to make? Would it be just putting Tor in the corner? Is that for 12 points worth doing?
So this is a big philosophical decision for Jackson to make. These racks, more than anything else, I think define who a player is and how they tend to play. You can play REP down to the P in Pitchy. That's going to score 11 points and hold the very flexible ENORT. You can also play ROO to the O in Fjord, holding EENRT. So those are the two cells that'll sell out for the bingo. And Quackle seems to like those plays, especially with that floating T in a triple triple and that D that he's available to bingo to in Fjord. So holding to bingo here makes a lot of sense. However, you never really want to leave a triple triple open, especially if Josh so quickly opened it up on his play. So Jackson's got to decide here, do I want to score a little bit more but blow up what is a pretty nice rack, or do I want to take the smaller fishing play? I'd imagine Quackle in this situation prefers the fishing play, but those always sim a little bit better than against a real opponent, where against real opponents, when you fish one or two tiles, they're going to block the most lucrative line almost all of the time. So we'll see what Jackson decides to do. There's definitely merit to a play like TORE, definitely merit to a play like Rep. I don't think you go all the way so long as to play Torrent, but if you do want to play longer, I think something like Rotten or Retort is right. Rather than holding on to just an E, stabilize it with at least one consonant. Holding just a vowel is always kind of dangerous. You'd like to keep a consonant whenever possible. And that's exactly what Jackson does. He plays Rotten, a lower variance play, as fishing plays give you a bingo or die situation. Jackson trying not to get caught up in that situation. I think he'd rather take this game down to skill as opposed to bingo or die, see if I can get lucky. And he's actually going to have a very nice pull into that ER as well. We'll switch over to Josh now as he's gone from triple N's to triple E's, EEEJNS blank. And I'm not seeing any bingos right away in this rack. But
I think
Josh,
the
like
straightforward play is Jete, right?
JETE through the T in Pitchy. JEU was another consideration for him, but now that's been addressed. And I think again, Josh, with another no-brainer decision, you've just got to play JETE here. Not many other options. You could consider JEEP instead, but there's not a good reason to do that when this plays the same tiles and scores additional points. So again, Josh with three pretty straightforward decisions: Fjord, Tunny, and Jete. And we're going to switch back to Jackson, who's drawn ADEL RSV. There are no sevens available to Jackson in that rack, and there would only be one eight possible in this lexicon with the floating E. That would be slavered or slavered. I'm not sure how to pronounce that one, but no bingos here for Jackson on what is a rather nice rack. And in the absence of a bingo, this is a tough situation now, as he doesn't have a lot of points. He needs to decide, do I drop this S, play fjords, and play a word to the right and kind of tighten this board up? Or do I continue trying to fish on a board that is quickly running out of lines for me to play a bingo in? Sean, are you seeing anything in particular that sticks out? Do you have a preference between fishing or playing long with something like Evader down from the E?
Yeah, this is a difficult one because we know that Josh has, been working toward balancing his rack. So I'm not inclined to burn the S and open it up. Sometimes I would, but I think that there might be a way for Jackson to be a little more cautious as far as sort of rather than blowing up the rack, playing something short. So I might even consider something like Nav through the first N in Tunny. It does leave a number of hooks, including the S, to come down with. So if he were to play that way, if he's fortunate enough to draw Vowel, I think he's thinking potentially to just see if he can Well, is there any place way for him to dump the V only? Oh, he's going with evader, scoring more points. This is even, I think this is actually a much better play in the sense that what I was proposing. Now that I see it, just because I think if you are gonna give up the tiles and score some points, I think this is the one way to do it. But I was sort of expecting him to play a little short and keep those bingo prone tiles. But I think this is a nice choice.
Yeah, I think one other play that we didn't get to in time was a DUAL through the U in Tunny. That's a way to do a little bit of both. He holds ERSV. V's not a great tile, but with those three other tiles, not actually a bad pull at all, and scores reasonably well. So Jackson's going to get punished about pretty toughly here. Fez's is Josh's counterplay. Fez, a hat worn, I believe, in like the Middle East, Northern Africa. He's going to pluralize that with an ES to extend down and score 58 points. No bingos available for Josh out of that rack, and he quickly recognized that, but scored 58 points. And I think even if he had bingos that didn't play in that spot, Fez's is a better play. The blank is a great tile, usually valued at about 26, 28 points, somewhere in that range. So Josh is going to score 58 and retain his blank, and he's going to draw into anoxias and maybe some other bingos as well. So big turn of events as Jackson elects to open the board, gets crushed, and Josh pulls a high scoring bingo afterwards. Big turn. So Jackson makes that choice of evader, and it blows up in his face. Now he's got AEHLLSY. And again, going to be a really interesting rack to see as Jackson tries to get through this stuff. I'm not seeing a bunch of great options. Potentially, he has Shelley and Fjords. That's going to double up both the H and the Y and really close this board in without a bingo through one of those floating L's. There's very little to do. So that's a cool way to tighten this board. But Jackson, with a small deficit, maybe isn't looking to close things down, maybe looking to open things up instead. Hall or Hay or some other overlapping plays next to Fez's makes some sense. But I'm not seeing a ton of great lucrative options for him. Shelley or Shaley in the same spot score the most points. So Jackson again going to be left with one of these decisions. Do I play long or do I play short out of this rack? Not really a good way to undouble those L's. He's going to probably retain both of them if he scores points, or have to sacrifice his S to get rid of one. Sean, what are you thinking about this? Play long or play short once again for Jackson?
Well, as Josh goes on his meteoric rise, Jackson's rack reads as Halley's Comet. And that's not a valid word. So when you're stuck with these letters and trying to unload them, there are a number of four-letter words that contain the H, L, Y. So those are certain options that you'd want to be able to play, but they don't really fit on the board in an optimal way. I think that intuitively playing something like HAY overlapping fezzes seems pretty good. Of course, we know that if that happens, Josh will be able to respond very easily with anoxias over there. So that being said, anoxias is an unstoppable bingo. So minus what you proposed of Shelley, which would be, I guess, a stroke of luck if he happened to put that down and managed to stymie Josh this time. But I think HAY does make some sense. He's lined it up on his rack. He doesn't have a whole lot of great alternatives, and he's now switched to Ally, which I think I like this because the two L's are somewhat problematic if combined with the wrong additional consonant that gets drawn, whereas the H along with ES will provide a lot of flexibility into certain draws. So maybe he went. It's a little bit of a point sacrifice, but for now we know that it was better for his rack, and he's drawn something nicely to combine with the rest of his rack. So he should be able to respond to any placement of Josh's bingo.
Yeah. Jackson pulling into earshot in this rack with multiple places to play it. So Josh will bingo likely with Anoxias, though he's got to make a decision about where to play that. Is he going to play it with YAS, leaving the S in the seventh spot in a triple triple, but scoring more points? Or is he going to play it with Fjords? Definitely a tough decision for Josh to make, though he doesn't seem to spend a lot of time. He is going to give Jackson that triple triple, and that is about the worst thing he could have done with Jackson's rack, as Jackson now has Horsist as a triple triple for a boatload of points. Jackson has to be very excited to see that, and he's going to play it almost instantly. Wow. So Josh taking a gamble, scoring some extra points here, and Jackson going to crush him back. It takes more than good play to win a tournament. It takes a little bit of luck as well. And Jackson with a 3-game lead on a pretty solid NWL field with solid players like Joey Kravchik, Josh Sokol, Mac Meller, of course, as well. It takes some luck. And this is a great example of that, man. That Earshot's a good rack, but it's not just about the good racks. It's about the timing, too. And wow, the timing there couldn't have been any better for him. Killer, devastating play. Horses for 149. And that doesn't put this game out of reach. Jackson now only up by 24 after scoring 149. But Josh taking a gamble with a big lead. And wow, that doesn't pay off for him at all. Wow,
It's
wow,
a
wow.
huge score. There's actually, interestingly enough, a secret prize that's being offered today for triple triples. If any of the players shout out triple triple when they play one here on the last day of the World Cup, they can receive another bonus cash prize, which is a secret prize that was only announced in an email. So anybody watching the stream is now more in tune, but the rest of the players are also playing. So I didn't hear Jackson shout out triple triple. That might have been a little bit shocking if he had done so. But really incredible timing, as you mentioned. It's interesting to me is that if Anoxius had been placed somewhere else, probably onto Fjord somehow, it would have created the double lane of thoraxes. So that would have been a double through an X, which would have been a loss of points as it was. And so this horsist, maybe the worst case scenario of a number of bad scenarios for Josh.
Wow, yeah, like I said, it's all about not just playing well, but also a little bit of luck and timing. And yeah, thoraxes or horses. Jackson with the killer counterplay in either case, and he's drawn into Peloria as a second bingo after bingoing with his triple triple, as Josh picks up BUVWQAS. So you've still got a tight game, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Josh claw his way back in this. But us on our side, we understand that Jackson's in the driver's seat here. Josh has a good high scoring play of Squall on top of Horsist, SQUAW. That'll put the Q on the triple word score, probably going to score about 45, 47 points. It does unfortunately keep VB, which are two ugly tiles, and even worse in combination. He could also consider Squab in the same spot if he prefers to score two less but hold VW, which are also bad tiles but do at least go well together. Um, so a decision to make for Josh, but aside from those two, he's basically left holding on to the QU combination. He could play WAB, WAB, alongside Anoxias. It does get hit hard by counterplays if Jackson has an O to play OBI. But if he wants to hold QU together and try to do more damage with it than just the 45 points he'll get under Horsist, that's an option as well. So does Josh play the Q with Squaw or Squab, or is he going to play WAB and try to retain that Q for a big play down the road? Me personally, I wouldn't hold the Q here. There's not a lot of big spots for it, and the only one big spot is the spot underneath or on top of Horsist at the bottom of the board, which he already has a good play. So I would probably play Squaw or Squab here. I'm most partial to Squab to hold VW together as opposed to VB. But we will see Josh likely spend a lot of time here in a game that he has otherwise made most of his plays very quickly. And Jackson is going to bingo back in any case. He'll have either Peloria or Polarize through the S that Josh strings out there. So Jackson in good shape to pull out to a bigger lead, although this game is absolutely not over by any means for either one of these players. Sean, what are you thinking between squab, squaw, and wob here?
Well, I prefer WAB, WAB, overlapping anoxias. Part of the reason why I prefer that is both players are now coming off of a bingo rack, so they have a sort of a random draw, and they haven't been able to theoretically improve their tiles. Um, so from Josh's vantage point, he's not that far behind, but the X spot is a high scoring spot for a non-bingo, probably usually a non-bingo rack. So I think I would rather make that spot less effective by playing over there and taking the points that are available, knowing that I can probably with QU score again on the following turn, as opposed to taking squaw now and then seeing the other spot be taken and then maybe be left with a challenging next move. So kind of just based on the sequencing that I would expect or anticipate if I was sitting in Josh's position right now, I would choose the shorter play of WAB.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a tough, tricky decision for Josh. And we've seen already in this game, every decision has huge consequences. Jackson electing to play Evader instead of Duel led to a huge play from Josh. Josh electing to play Anoxias for additional points led to an even huger response from Jackson. So every play has huge consequences, and you can't know exactly what's going to happen, but you do your best and try to steer the randomness in your direction. That's the beauty of Scrabble. As Josh thinks about this play, I want to go back to one point I saw brought up by Robin Pollock Daniel in chat that I think is huge. When Jackson had his evader rack, Josh's previous play was Jete, Jete. Josh likely only plays Jet out of that rack unless he's holding a third E on that turn. So Jackson maybe missed a chance to make an inference that Josh has the E to overlap next to Evader and is guaranteed that triple word. I don't know if Jackson didn't consider that or if he just felt Evader was a strong enough play. It's not necessarily true that Josh has a third E as well. Maybe he's just got a lot of other vowels and he's looking to unload them. But definitely some inference that could have maybe missed by Jackson, maybe overthought, or maybe Jackson really just liked to play long out of that rack. But a great point by Robin. Thank you for that commentary. And yeah, really interesting game so far. Despite a lot of no-brainer positions, there have been a lot of small decisions with big consequences. And Josh, again, with another one of those, it seems to be a small decision. Wob makes sense. Squaw makes sense. Squab makes sense. We again have the luxury at home of knowing that any of those are going to get bingoed back on. But Josh is going to play Wob here, and that's going to keep him that flexible QUS combination, which will probably allow him a good counterplay to Jackson's Peloria bingo. Jackson wasting no time. He had all of Josh's turn to think about other bingos using the R or the D. Didn't see him there, and Peloria the only 7 in that rack, as I'm sure both of these players know. So Jackson dropping that down quickly as Josh into his QUSV draw pulls DDI. So Jackson surges ahead with that bingo. But Josh maybe going to be able to score some good points with a counterplay. Right away, not seeing anything incredibly lucrative for Josh using the Q. He would have liked a better draw with maybe an A or something like that. An A would allow QAID on top of Peloria for about 50 points. But instead, not a lot of great options for him. He actually gets to make the same decision of do I hold the Q again? Do I play VID underneath Peloria and hold QUDS? Or do I end up playing off the Q somewhere I could play potentially like Quids and Fjords? Quid takes an S and an E in front, so that'll open this board unless Jackson closes it right back. A big decision here again for Josh, though I expect maybe to see him play Vid and hold the Q for a second straight turn. Vid also allows him to play QI plays on top of Peloria. So another tough choice for Josh. Sean, what are your thoughts here?
It's definitely a difficult turn. If Josh had pulled an A to make Kate or Kadi, he would have had a huge score along overlapping Peloria with the QI. But without it, he doesn't really have that many different words that can be played in general. And then you have to consider, the fact that of those words that are available, vid, quid, squid, um, which one do you actually play, and where do you hook it? So I think this is something that he's making the right choice here, because basically he's still keeping his ability to score with the QU. I love the fact that this uncouples the Ds, which most of the plays would have done. But I think what's important here is that it scores decently while also allowing him to still maximize his score with the Q later. I didn't find that most of the Q plays that were available would have been very effective in scoring that many points. And
Jackson,
Benedict comes
yeah, Benedict
fourth.
coming down for Jackson, his only playable bingo out of this rack. And in tournament Scrabble, we call that bingo, bango, bongo when you get three bingos in a row. So a stroke of luck for Jackson, absolutely. Triple, triple, bingo, bango. In a game, Josh was ahead about 100 points. He is now trailing by about 100 points in just a three-turn span. Big, big spin of events. But Josh picking up that blank, that's going to allow him bingos like liquids, though I don't think that fits. Likely has something through the E. I just haven't seen it yet. Maybe we can get some help from chat. Do we see any triple triple or double doubles or other bingos out of this rack for Josh that actually play on this board?
Yeah,
Chat,
this
help
is
us
an
out.
amazing thing, because this is the second game in a row that we've seen just such fireworks. I mean, think about this. Like the first big play was Fez's, which was a choice that was straightforward for Josh, but based off of a decision that Jackson had to make with a challenging rack when he played Evader. Then that led to a pretty short sequence of events wherein Anoxius, Horsist, Peloria, and Benedict have hit the board. So both of these players both have now have scores which could be end game scores. That's the kind of place that we're in at this stage of the game. So the potential to reach a very high score is there. Jackson's rack looks also getting close to being bingo prone again. But meanwhile, Josh looks like he should be able to do something with this rack. It doesn't quite hit daiquiris or inquired things like that. But is there something in here that would score him a big score?
Yeah, he's got two bingos. Thanks to chat for pointing that out. Two bingos through the E, disquiet, and quinseed. So Josh has to decide which of those to play, but each of those to score 84 points, and will bring Josh right back into this game. Jackson has to be just a little disappointed, despite his bingo, bango, bongo, that Josh pulls back to within 15 points, 17 points of him. Though Jackson does have a nice, flexible rack, this is going to allow him big, high scoring plays like Wake or Weka overlapping Disquiet. But this play also sets up Disquiet with one unseen S to both players. And that's going to be very big to allow someone to access a part of the board that the other players will not be able to access. Also important to Josh is drawing an O here, as that'll allow him big overlaps next to AX. So I think Josh's best path to victory is drawing an O and then trying to bingo with an S next turn. You see there he has drawn an O, and we'll see where he goes from there. That S not on either player's rack, but likely to be a big player in the rest of this game. So it also possible extensions to disquiet, like disquieted, disquieting available. Josh picking up an I and a G with one N unseen to him. So we'll see what kind of considerations we have to extensions of Josh's bingo. But I like that Josh chose this play over Quinseed for exactly that reason. He's still the underdog in this game. He's down 17 points after the bingo, and it's Jackson's turn. So we say he's down 17 points and a tempo. He knows he's less than up 50% to win, probably less than 30% to win, and he opens up some volatility or randomness by putting that hook available. Yeah, maybe Jackson has it and it's an instant game over, but you have to take a shot like that in his situation. I like that idea by Josh for sure. Jackson trying to figure out how he's going to score a lot of points out of this rack. Kame, 41 points next to Disquiet, making AD, MI, and ES. Weka or Wake in that same spot for 43. He could also potentially play Wet on the other side of Anoxias, making Wow axe and bit, holding AMRK. Now, that would also knock out that big high scoring spot, though typically with a lead, you're worried about bingos, but you actually want a lot of 30 or 40 spots available. If you're winning the game and you can just pound out 40 points every turn, it's hard for your opponent to get back in it, even if they do win bingo. So, another big turn for Jackson here. So he's got to decide which spot he wants to address and how many points he wants to score now as opposed to later. So definitely a tough, tough decision. Sean, what are you thinking here?
Well, earlier in the tournament, we were playing a friendly game, and I asked the chat what were the front extensions for Mark that I missed in a game, and they told me watermark, and I'm seeing those letters on Jackson's rack, but no way to play that particular nine. You are correct that he has a few good options, and he seems to be going up top, which seemed to be the best option just from a scoring perspective. I think MRT, meaning he's not holding on to a vowel, is tricky, but it's hard to ignore those amounts of points. You really want to just keep scoring. If you I feel like, and you have decisions that are fairly close, better to err on the side of taking additional points. So I prefer, the choice that he's made here. Week awake would have also been sound. I think he was debating between those two. Compared to playing across Peloria or across Anoxias, I think this one seems to check enough boxes to do well. But fortunately for Josh, that leaves him some opportunity as well to also score. He might play MOG, forming Max and Obi, so that could be an option that he may consider. I think that is what jumps out at me. But it seems as though this game is going to remain fairly close for now. And Jackson has now drawn into another wonderful rack.
Yeah, yeah, Jackson. I was gonna put this out as a puzzle for chat to solve. What's the bingo in Jackson's rack? But instead of alphabetizing his letters as he typically does, he went ahead and spoiled that puzzle for us. Jackson hugely pulling that last S and drawing not just the S, but also a bingo that'll play with disquiets. So I think with that play, Jackson will more or less clinch the tournament. Nostrum going to put him up to about 490 points, give him about a 90-point lead over Josh. And a lot of vowels left in this bag for Josh to draw, unless he pulls a bingo back to bingo out on a board without many bingo lines. He'd need a miracle overlap on Peloria, I think, to get back in this. We've just watched Jackson Smiley win his second consecutive Word Cup with the display of a lot of bingos, a lot of points, and a fireworks game. Josh does pull a bingo. He gets eulogia, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, not going to play after Jackson's play of Nostrum. And so, unless Jackson, for whatever reason, elects not to bingo here, which makes no sense, Josh's pull, which is nice, is going to be fruitless for him. What a game!
This was a bingo fest, and the fact that it ends will end with Josh with an unplayable bingo is just pretty remarkable overall. I mean, had you have to just imagine, had Jackson had some other bingo that had to force open, let's say, that triple line, or just created another lane for another type of bingo, because these last 14 tiles are all very bingo fairly like combined to make a very bingo friendly pool. It's pretty remarkable how this has shaped up. I think for Josh, you got to feel, maybe, yes, disappointed, but at the same time not too bad about how you've played, because a lot of these plays were the tiles writing themselves that you have to play your bingo or you have to make a play. I don't think that he made any gaffes that you could say, oh, this was a really questionable play. But it seemed as though the tiles really dictated the game. There were choices for both players to be made, but the choices that they made were quite sound and fairly justifiable among usually two or three reasonable options when there were some, and the rest was a work of art based on the bingos that were drawn.
Yeah, wow. So Josh is going to challenge Jackson's play, which makes perfect sense. Even if he's 98% sure those are words, this is the tournament for him. He knows he is eliminated with the loss here, and Jackson clinching with 3 games to go. So he challenges. I'm sure he was quite certain those were both good. But congratulations, 10,000 American dollars to Jackson Smiley from Montreal, Quebec, as he wins his second consecutive Word Cup. Wow. We talked about Collins being the Coors Field of Scrabble with a lot of points. Well, this shows us you can get fireworks on the 4th of July in TWL play as well. What a game. Well played by both players. But Josh, even with both blanks and big bingos with the X and the Q, unable to survive the 4 bingos, including a triple triple from Jackson Smiley. Exciting stuff. Kudos to Jackson. I know he has put in boatloads of time getting the dictionary down pat, and he hasn't had a great run of tournaments recently, but he stayed calm and said, hey, I know that I'm still a good player. I know that it's still there, and when I draw better stuff, I expect to do well. And sure enough, on the biggest stage, $60,000 in total prize money on the line. Jackson Smiley now Gibsonized with 3 games to go, clinching first place in NWL play. Congrats to Jackson. If you know him well, shoot him a congratulatory message. He's got to be grinning ear to ear as 10,000 US dollars for a recent college grad is life-changing money for him.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's well deserved. He played so consistently. He was we featured him a number of his games on the stream, and people can see just the high excellence involved in playing so strongly, turn after turn, making great decisions. And the tiles fell where they may, and his opponents can't be faulted for not being able to topple him in this particular tournament. But I think the truth is that Jackson was the best player, and it showed. He just really made some great choices. He found so many words. It was really something, and this final game was wonderful. It's just nice to see so many bingos hit the board. What a great looking board! Looks like a board for champions, and I can hear in the background a little bit of a round of applause that is well deserved for Jackson. So really great congratulations to him, and congratulations to Josh Sokol, who is still in the running for a very competitive second place position in NWL. So I think that's something that should also be applauded, because he played well, and he gave Jackson a good fight, but today was Jackson's day.
Absolutely. I'm hearing from our production team that we are going to bring, I think, both of these players in for a little interview. So Jackson, I'm sure, will be grinning ear to ear, and we'll get his thoughts and Josh's thoughts on a game of fireworks for the 4th of July and a clinching game for this NWL division. I see both players now coming in with Sean. We'll get the camera centered, get him sitting down, and we'll do a little post-game interview. Yeah, exciting stuff. Hey, Jackson and Josh,
They're,
let's get our
they're
cameras.
here with me now, and we've got Jackson and Josh. Well, first of all, congratulations, both of you. This was amazing. We loved the game. I mean, it was Bingo Fest, which makes it hard to do anything about. But I'm going to start. I'm going to save the glory for a moment and start with Josh. Josh, how are you feeling right now? I know it's disappointing, but you played really well. What did you see happen in that game?
Yeah, no, he deserves it. I've already gotten tripled on this tournament, so I thought it would be over. But hey, man, like he's such a good player. He really deserves it more than pretty much anyone. And twice in a row, that's fucking awesome. So I don't know. As long as I played well, it's fine.
If
I
it
don't
makes
mind
if it makes you feel any better, if you had played Anoxia somewhere else, you might have doubled with four axes, which probably would have hit just as bad.
Yeah.
So, but
No, I definitely that was the right placement.
very well played, certainly, Josh and Jackson. Congratulations,
Thank you.
you clinched the tournament. How does it feel to get that, and also not have to go to the final round
Yeah.
to get there?
No, it feels like a relief. I knew he was going to come down to these last 4 games, and it was just going to go until I won. So I was a bit nervous about having to push that farther and farther. Definitely a relief. Also just super happy. It's been a long tournament, 5 days of kind of treading water near the top, and I'm just glad to be a repeat champion here.
So there were a few turns that there were some sort of micro decisions having to be made. It was a little tricky, and those sort of then led to the tempo of the game, I suppose. The first turn I think that we found you had the sort of most reflection to do was on Evader.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what you were thinking there.
For sure. I mean, Evader, I was considering Evader or just exchanging the V, keeping the great ADELRS leave. I saw ADELRS actually hit with a ton of tiles, like pretty much all except like the V and Q and stuff like that. Yeah, I was a bit worried about kind of losing tempo in the game for sure. I was already down 20 at that point, and I was like, if I don't hit or if he blocks, because he could easily block the Fjords lane if he needs to. I was just worried about losing tempo and not hitting, and then just being down at bingo with nothing to show for it. So I felt Evader keeping the S was still very strong given the Fjords lane. And also the R placement of Evader is not that dangerous because he has to start with an E as a second letter to hit the triple, so I wasn't too worried about what he was giving back. I felt it was slightly worth it.
Did you consider that his play of Jete might mean that he might have an E?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it in general. Like, it has to be pretty specific to overlap ER. They're not super easy, so
right.
I'm just not too worried.
Okay, and you did end up having Fezes, but then after that, it seemed to start being all about these bingos that kept coming down. At what point did you feel like, was it after you said Nostrum that you just felt relief, or was it earlier that you thought you had enough of a margin?
Way earlier. I mean, obviously hitting the triple was big relief because I wasn't in a very good position. Even with ally and stuff, I could tell he had a pretty good rack, and I wasn't feeling very good at that position, having to spend 16-point play, not keeping anything crazy. But hitting Horses was obviously like the tempo change of the game, but really it was hitting the next bingo. After that, I felt a lot more comfortable just defending that lead. Obviously, I'm up 60, so it's not foolproof, but I feel way more comfortable being up 60 and just trying to maneuver that position rather than kind of having an even game.
So what's the difference now between winning World Cup previously versus winning it this year?
Now it's just icing on the cake, I guess. It's already off the bucket list. It's just nice.
Because when players, lift the Stanley Cup for the first time, it's a big deal. But then they get that itch that they want to win it again. They want to defend it.
No, definitely. There's way less pressure this year, which may have helped. I felt very little pressure going in this year because I was even a bit underprepared, more so than last year. And so I was just happy to be here, excited to play Scrabble, and it worked out.
Well, congratulations, well deserved. And
thank you.
And Josh, your tournament is still going. You still have a lot to compete for.
I mean, I'm relieved I don't have to play like probably the best player in the room. I mean, again, so like hopefully I can have a good finish. I think I need to win 2 of the next 3 to cash. So it's pretty tight now. Jackson ran away with it, and now everyone's fighting for second. So
and Josh, I really hope you do run the table, run out. You deserve second for sure.
Okay, wonderful. Matt, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, Jackson, 10,000 American dollars is first prize that you've now sewn up. I know last year you were able to take that money and do some cool stuff. I believe you paid for a coding boot camp that kind of kick-started your career. What are your plans for that money this time, second go around? Something nice for you, maybe?
Yeah, actually, it'll be a bit of a retroactive gift to myself. I just bought my first car about 5 days ago, and I guess I'll pay that off.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, congratulations on the car and on that money. That's got to be very nice to be able to pay that off. And yeah, that's exciting stuff. You're playing Vegas in a couple weeks as well, right?
I will be. I'll be taking this new car to Vegas, actually.
Oh, very exciting. Okay. Well, what would you do with that money, assuming you were to run the table and win both of these big events?
With that money, I would retire early, ideally. I don't know, maybe take a trip. Maybe go to the next tournament. Take it out.
Yeah, I go by helicopter next time.
Yeah.
Well,
so we're tied again, right?
Oh yeah, that evens our series.
Yeah,
our lifetime series.
Our lifetime tournament record is now tied once again for like the 50th time.
Like
we were talking about this just a little bit at the start. You two have played a lot of Scrabble against each other over the years. Have a bit of a rivalry. What does this do for that rivalry? Do you feel, Josh, that you now have a chip on your shoulder to get him next time?
No, it's over. Rivalry's over. No, it's great. We really just keep each other sharp, keep each other going, trying to get better. So yeah, it's just more fuel to the fire for sure.
Yeah, to prepare for this tournament, we played every week. We played a series of 5 games and analyzed them, and that made this morning especially feel like reminiscent of those because usually we meet at a cafe or the park, and then suddenly we're doing our normal series of 4 or 5 games, except it's just on stream at a major tournament.
Yeah.
So it felt exactly like that, and we both know from those series is that those can go either way. You can go 4-0, 5-0. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, well, we're glad that we were able to showcase a slice of that rivalry on the stream for what was, a very important and deciding for you, Jackson, game. So congratulations again. We really appreciate the quality of play and also the great sportsmanship you both bring to this game. So thank you for that. Matt, tell us a little bit about what's coming next.
Well, unfortunately, I have a little bit of bad news for both Jackson and Josh. Y'all didn't submit your scores, so Jackson has not technically officially won this tournament.
Okay.
I'm sure y'all can get that updated. We've got the
Yeah,
scores
he's
here:
good right now.
544
What
to
was the
407.
final score?
544 to 407 is what Quackle says. If y'all got something else, Josh, you should demand a recount in
Sounds good.
130
Yeah, we'll go recount right now.
But yeah, make sure you get those scores submitted. I have nothing else to add for you guys. Congratulations again, once again to Josh or to Jackson. Good luck to Josh. I believe like 2nd through 13th in this NWL division are all within like a game of each other now. So going to be
Yeah.
an absolute bloodbath for that second
Yeah.
place $5,000 prize. But good luck to you, Josh. And have some great Scrabble. For the rest of y'all at home, I believe we're going to switch over to the CSW division as nobody there has been so rude as to make that boring and like run away with the field and have no drama. Thanks, Jackson. So for y'all at home, we'll switch over to some CSW actions. But once again, big congratulations, kudos to Jackson Smiley, Gibsonized with 3 to go at the Word Cup from Albany, New York. Any last minute thoughts from either of y'all before we switch back to some Scrabble action?
Well, thanks for everyone. Thanks for Josh for being a great competitor in these 5 games we played. And thanks for everyone working the stream. It looks great so far.
Yeah. Keep it up, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Okay.
All right. Well, we don't have pairings yet, actually, for the CSW division. As I mentioned, we're going to be jumping back and forwards between interviews and little intermissions, as all results need to be in before they can pair the next round to make sure the pairings are the most competitive and most optimal. For those of us maybe on the West Coast who slept through the first game of action because it started at 6 a.m. for you, I told you yesterday not to do that. And now you've missed Jackson clinch the NWL division. If you're just tuning in now, you missed it all. I told you so. If you're not waking up at 6 a.m. to watch Scrabble, then what kind of person are you for real? So we'll find a way to spend some time, keep things entertaining before we switch back to CSW action in what is a very tight field over there. I'll see if I can get some standings for y'all, but likely we're going to cut to a quick break before we get back to additional action. It looks like Ben Schoenbrunn did win an important game to launch himself up to 20-8 in CSW. Matthew Tunnicliffe is still pending in his huge game against Will Anderson. A win with Matthew would eliminate Will from contention, whereas a loss would keep that very, very tight at the beginning. Still a lot of results to come in. Thomas Reinke, who was running away with this division for a while, did lose his game against Ben Schoenbrunn. So Thomas dropping down in the standings to 19.5 wins. Lukeman Owolabi, if he wins his game and Matthew Tunnicliffe loses his, would spring up into second with the same record as Tunnicliffe, but with significantly less spread, over 1,000 fewer spread points. As we wait for these results to come in, we are going to switch over to a quick break. You don't need to look at our asymmetrical mustaches once again. So everybody at home, get up, stretch your legs, but don't go anywhere. I'll also shamelessly plug, we want this to be bumped up the YouTube's algorithm. We want new people to discover Tournament Scrabble today. So please hit that like button on this video. The more likes we get in the absence of dislikes, the higher YouTube pushes us up the algorithm and the more people have Scrabble popping up in their feed. So help us out as much as you can. Hit the like button. And if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please do. We'll have additional Scrabble content coming out all the time, brought to you by Josh Greenway, Sean Abassi, and the team at Let's Play Scrabble. So like and subscribe. You can help grow Scrabble by doing these things, and it's as simple as a click. We are going to cut to a quick break. 3 more games of action here from the Albany, New York Word Cup. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. More intense Scrabble action. We promised to bring y'all drama today, and as Jackson's clinch in NWL did away with the drama there, we'll be bringing you CSW action in this next round. We have second place Lukeman Owalabi versus third place Ben Schoenbrunn going to play this game for y'all. The loser of this game is going to be hard pressed to win this tournament, whereas the winner will springboard themselves potentially past Matthew Tunnicliffe into first place if he wins. And if not, they'll put themselves in a situation where they're playing to control their own destiny. So we're waiting for the players to sit down, but that is the matchup we've chosen. And Sean, you've seen now Lukeman and Ben play a few games on stream, and you've been running the stream in the background to watch more of their play. Tell the audience what they can expect out of these two players.
You can expect deep word knowledge. They are certainly both players that have been playing for a long time at a high level. So you can expect, I wouldn't suggest that we will see necessarily the sort of crafty, cheeky plays. I think it's going to be more about playing, really good words, nice long words. Sometimes some very effective defensive techniques. I think those are the characteristics that both players can bring to the table, and I would say that there's potential for a lot of exciting things that will happen in this game. I believe we're going to get right to the game now, so let's get this thing kicked off.
Yeah, players are now bagging the tiles, so we'll get y'all switched over, and action just about to come. Ben Schoenbrunn, Lukeman Owalabi in a huge game, lots of money on the line here, and I bet both players desperately looking for a win in this action. It looks like I'm trying to see who's Lukeman to go first. Ben to go second, and we are underway. Lukeman shaking the bag aggressively, getting it nice and extra random, and he has now drawn his 7 tiles. So we are underway, and the first tile out of the bag for Lukeman is a Q. Not a good omen, typically, as he's left to decide, do I play QI for 22 points, holding double Ds, or do I do something else? And QI is going to come down right away for Lukeman. Not too much else to really even think about on that turn. I mean, you don't want to hold the Q, and exchanging when you've got 22 available doesn't make so much sense with a leave that's not terrible. Lukeman going to probably need an E to have a lot of flexibility out of his next rack. Otherwise, he may be scoring pretty low. Switching over to Ben's side, he'll counter Lukeman's Q with an X of his own as he pulls EEII. RSX. And we'll warn to chat now. Ben is one of those players who leaves his letters in whatever orientation they happen to bounce on his rack, upside down, sideways. Doesn't really make a difference to him. But this is a no-brainer play for him. XI makes perfect sense. EEIRS is about the best leave you're going to be able to get out of this rack. So XI coming down quickly for Ben, and definitely the right move. Switching back over to Lukeman's rack, he did not draw that E that he needed or another vowel, instead pulling VW into his DDLOS leave. So Lukeman going to make an exchange here, which I don't think anybody would fault him for, though this is a curious one. I think especially most North American players would rather hold DS, LS, or DLS, but Lukeman is holding on to the O here. That is very non-standard, at least from a Quackle perspective, from a North American's perspective. Oh, not a very good tile, but maybe he just wants to hold one vowel to make sure he doesn't pull 7 consonants. Definitely a curious decision by him. Sean, what kind of thoughts do you have on DOS after an exchange?
Yeah, I never really have kept an O exchanging unless there was some real specific fish that I was going for. So I do find that unusual. Even with the way the board was shaped with the QI and the XI forming on the right, there was no real reason to do that. I think, perhaps the rationale was simply, hey, I want to keep the D and the S, so I would like to slot another vowel with it. So to make that more balanced from a vowel consonant ratio perspective. But I don't think it mathematically works out that well that often. And right now, that O on the rack is not necessarily helping anything. So, but now that it's done, and another play has come down from Benji of USE. It's an interesting choice here for Lukeman and how he wants to respond. And he's doing a nice little effort here to slot in Oxid, it appears, or he's thinking about it at least. He's changed his mind.
Chat pointing out that exchanging but holding that D guarantees Oxid for next turn for him on what is a very tight board in the absence of an N to make QIN, an S to make QIS, or a bingo. There's not really a reason to make a play, but you can see Oxid comes down. He picks it back up very quickly because he realizes he's giving Benji a huge spot to hit that triple word on an otherwise tight board. But I think he's kind of committing to what he set himself up for. He did hold on to that O for this reason, and he is going to drop it. I'm also a little confused about whether Lukeman should have exchanged last turn. He had Vows and QIS, or DOWDS and QIS last turn to score points. Yeah, he'd hold a couple consonants, but points are always good to score. So interesting decisions for Lukeman these last couple turns. He also had SOJA available to score some points, but he seems reluctant to play off that S, instead trying to wait and hit a bingo on this board. But instead of him bingoing, it's going to be Benji, who's drawn a very nice rack, picked up the first blank in this game, and he's going to play re-edits here. Re-edit's definitely an interesting idea. Something like Die Esther would also come down on the board, would score some additional points, but split the board in two and fork it open. Whereas re-edits kind of forces things off to the left, though IDE does have back hooks that'll still allow players to access that side of the board. I believe in CSW, IDE takes an E and an A and an S and an M. So definitely still possibilities to access that side of the board. I think I may have played Diester and scored the additional points out of this rack, but Benji opting for re-edits here instead. And Lukeman, over to his turn, AAA, JKWS. So that's kind of a AWK, AWK, is what he set up on his rack as well. Sean, are you seeing any options that jump out to you here in terms of stacking or overlapping plays?
Well, there's a couple of things to consider. One is the fact that normally, J is a very strong tile with the potential for JA and JO overlaps, lots of diverse 4 and 5 letter words to be made. I think on this board right now, there's some floating letters, but there isn't necessarily the amount of strength that you could have with this J. So he's doing what I think is the right play by not focusing so much on the J and instead waiting to have a better opportunity to score with the J. Meanwhile, playing Wakas to the triple center to score a lot of points. So he's scoring, but he's not allowing that J to be hanging up his decision making. So he was able to see past that, which I think is really strong, and then allows for potentially more potent J plays to come.
And Benji crucially picking up the second blank, and it's going to allow him to bingo. I can't even give chat time to solve this one either, as Geroud is the bingo here, or Gerouse. I'm not sure what the blank is, and we try not to interrupt games too often to figure out what the blank is now, but it could be a D or an S. Both Geroud and Gerouse are valid. So it's one of those, and a second consecutive bingo for Ben. He's now drawn both blanks, bingoed twice in a row, and he has jumped out to about a 110-point lead over Lukeman, who is sitting on AABELNJ. So holding on to that J, I'm not seeing immediately some good scoring opportunities, although JEAN overlapping Geroud is at least something he'll be able to do, making EE and either AS or AD. It plays either way. So we'll see.
I feel potentially that he could play JA, forming AG, just to take a few points with the J and opening another lane for bingos, because the synergy of BALEN is quite strong. So I think that that's an option if he wants to play short. I think that beyond that, the potential to just score a few more points right now is a consideration. I think there's a play of Gion, but I think it's likely that that would not come down because it would just present a comeback play from the J, and if it was slotted in the triple line, it wouldn't be that much of a gain. So I think that JA is probably the play to make. There are other words that can be formed, but it's very important that the one of the A's gets used. So I think I would expect to see that JA be the chosen play, unless there's an interesting 4 or 5 letter word that I'm not seeing at the moment.
He does have JELAB as a potential option, playing through the E and re-edits. Gene is a lot of points, and he holds the B for overlaps with Job, although there are many other overlaps that Benji could potentially have as well. The troll option here is certainly to play BENJ as you play against Benji, maybe trying to bait the back hook of a Y. Just kidding. That's not a good option. But yes, JA is a very aggressive play. If you're playing to bingo now and open up this board, Benji could easily hit 30 or 35 on that triple line, but you're splitting open the board and keeping things big, open, and dynamic as you have a 121-point deficit. So does Lukeman keep things tight and make a more standard play of Gene, or does he play very aggressively and make a play like JA, trying to launch himself back into this game early? This is a really tricky position. JEON scores very well as well, but you're almost guaranteeing Benji a reasonable play down from the J to thwart that spot. Lots to think about here for Lukeman. I expect him to take a good amount of time to weigh each of these options. One concern as well is pre-edits. Maybe he wants to knock that out. Maybe he wants to leave it alone. Sean, what are you thinking here?
Well, what I do like about Gene as an option is the fact that by holding the B and an L and an A, if there's a potential, for a follow-up play after Gene, where the following turn he plays Job and is able to make a word vertically. So that might be a reason to kind of opt for Gene. There is the potential that your opponent will get to that first, though. And I think that either JA as the aggressive play or Gene are sound plays, but I think Ja is probably the choice that I would make, just because of the margin that Lukeman has found himself down by. It would be really helpful if he could just play JA, catch a break, hit a bingo kind of thing.
Yeah, big decision here. Both plays have a lot of merit. Gene score a little bit more now, or JA force this board open. It looks like Lukeman is leaning towards JA. And this is one of those plays you can go back and look at. In a 3,000 iteration sim, one play is going to be better, but live Scrabble, it is just one iteration. What does my opponent actually have? And if Benji has garbage, this play is certainly better. If Benji hits you right back with the bingo, you're going to think about this turn for the rest of the tournament. He is going to play JA, and he is going to catch a break, as Ben does have that hot garbage rack that he was hoping he would. CCFIIRY. And I'm not really seeing anything aside from Ricey for Ben, RICY. So not the best counterplay that Ben could have. And if he puts that R there, Rag takes several back hooks, an E, an A, an I, an S. So he's going to create another bingo line that Lukeman can continue to fish for.
Yeah, it is a difficult rack. There are a few limited choices to pick from here. I think unloading as many tiles as possible is one way to go about this. Obviously, keeping both C's is not optimal, but if he were to play something with an IF, so it looks like he's chosen Ricey, which I think is really defensible. But I was sort of expecting maybe that there might be something off of Garoud with forming of and a vertical word to consider. But I think I think Ricey checks the most boxes. It uncouples the I's and the C, and it scores well. So it also takes out the lane that Lukeman just created. So sounds like a better choice for Ben than anything else.
Yeah, another good option for Benji there was Cricky, Cricky, although I believe Ben opting for Ricey instead because A, it scores more points, and B, the last thing you want to do with the lead like he has is allow Lukeman that bingo line to hit 100. Now, Benji doesn't know, but Lukeman, his rack was not quite as strong as it looks after a play like JA, and his draw was definitely not what Lukeman was looking for, as he doubled his L's into that nice solid lead that he was holding. So no bingos available here for Lukeman. The only possible 8 he could have is through a U, but that is not on the board for him. And now he's going to be stuck with another frustrating decision. He does have double doubles available. Relabel, labeler, and enabler are all there. So he can score 36 points with one of those now, or he can try to keep a little bit more of this rack together. He also has the neat play of Ballan through the A and Garoud, making 4 underlaps, though that's going to tighten up a board that he needs to try to keep open with the deficit that he has. So another big, important decision here for Lukeman, but I think in this situation, you've got to play a double-double here, labeler or relabel coming down. He's probably going to spend some time, make sure he's not missing any kind of bingo, but I expect to see the 36-point double-double come down. He's unfortunate to have missed a bingo after a nice opening play, but 36 is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it is definitely the case where if he sees relabel after, I guess, eliminating all the possible thoughts of potentially having a bingo, it looks like he's considering enabler now. Yeah, you just have to hit that double double. It would be better, I think, to find relabel and hang on to an N, but no N's have been played, so that may be a factor that it may make it so that he's willing to play enabler if it finds it's more defensive than slotting the A in the second position with or a vowel in the second position next to the triple letter score. So he might choose enabler, but as long as he plays one of the double doubles, I think that's a good play. Both blanks are already on the board that have been used by Benji, so it creates a situation where you don't feel necessarily that just turning over lots of tiles is going to get you closer to bingoing, with lots of good E's already been used up on this board, number of A's, number of I's. So we might be actually looking at a tile pool where the bingo friendly vowels are going to be limited as time goes on. But he has no choice but to try to take some points and stay within range right now and hope to chip away at Ben's lead.
Yeah, it'll be a tough decision for Lukeman to make, but he is indeed going to play enabler here, the more defensive of the triple triple. And Ben is going to be forced to make a tough decision, or double double, apologies. Ben is going to be forced to make a tough decision here. He has a really fun, interesting play available. If you are a minor or offended by profanity, cover your ears now, because Ben can play fuckwit through the K in wakas to work out of this terrible, terrible rack. It opens up a spot for big overlapping plays for Lukeman, but he should be able to respond to those with an overlap of his own onto the triple. So I think fuckwit, a great play for Benji, and he is going to drop it down very quickly. So if you're a minor now or offended by profanity, why don't you turn off the stream and come back in 25 minutes? Because otherwise you're going to have that staring you in the face for the rest of the tournament. And plays like this, I believe, are why we are on YouTube as opposed to Twitch, because I think Twitch has asked us not to play profanity such as this on stream. I'm not sure if this is one of the expurgated words, but Ben probably very happy to see that he's able to make this play as he gets rid of an F, a U, a W, and a C all at once and scoring a good amount of points. Nice find, great play by Benji. And of course, in Tournament Scrabble, nobody takes that stuff seriously. Nobody takes offense if you play a bad word on them. They understand you're just trying to make the most points with the rack you have. So a nice play for Ben. And Lukeman, after his nice double-double, has drawn more garbage, kind of the theme of the day for him. VDGLOST. So likely going to have to make a play like VOG or Vlog on top of Fuckwit, making OF and a GU. He really just needs to decide how many of those tiles he wants to play off. He can also play Vlog or through the O in Garous, or he can play Vlogs and burn that S, but add on a lot of additional points to his play. So Lukeman, with a big deficit, obviously bingoing is a priority for you, but you also need to score points to make sure you don't fall too far behind. I would personally hold the S here. The IDE spot takes the S, Fuckwit takes an S, so it's important, I think, to hold on to that S. But I expect to see him either play Vlog through the O or Vlog on top of Fuckwit. And for the second time this tournament, he is electing to, or this game rather, he is electing to hold onto DOS together. Perhaps he sees some synergy there. Perhaps he just wanted to leave that Fuckwit spot alone, hoping Benji plays there, making an overlap as opposed to trying to block this board off. But whatever his rationale, Vlog comes down. A lot of players would put the S down in this circumstance, as generally the adage is the S is worth about 8 or 9 points, and he could get additional points by putting it down. But I totally agree with his decision here. Don't burn the S, because on this board and with this score, that S is very important to get back into this game. It is worth far more than just the standard 8 or 9 points for you. So good idea by Lukeman, and Ben now having a clunky wreck, DGMNOPR. So he will have overlapping plays available. Prom on top of Fuckwit, making OF and MU, standing out probably as his most superior option. If he really wants to unload that G, he can forego 4 points and play Prague in the same spot. But because he has such poor letters, he's not going to be able to make a 5-letter word on either one of those hotspots that Fuckwit has opened up. Another cool Collins only word is DSOMO through the SO in Waka's, making Muse. That kind of addresses the Fuckwit's spot, but Ben electing to make the very standard and reasonable play of Prom here. Think makes a lot of sense, scores very well, and I think Ben, more than trying to block up the board at this point with that rack, he's just going to score a lot of points and see if he can survive even a bingo from Lukeman and keep his lead. Lukeman with BDEIOST, which I don't believe is going to bingo for him anywhere on this board. Just 3 8s available, 1 with the G and 2 with an R, and none of those letters are out in the spots that he needs to bingo. So probably looking to keep himself in bingo-ish range, but he does have high scoring plays as well. Bidet plays on top of Fuckwit for 40 points, as does its anagram Betid, but it gets rid of most of the best tiles on your rack and leaves you just with OS. It also knocks out the important Fuckwit's spot. So maybe he looks to play a little bit smaller, something like BIO on top of Prom, holding DEST, scoring significantly fewer points, only 23, but leaving the S that you need and bingo-prone tiles as well. He looks like he's going to play Bidet here. That makes sense. Sets up the S in a more powerful spot and scores points in a situation where you must score points. But it is vulnerable to huge counterplays from Benji on top. And those counterplays would also knock out the new S hook you've set up and score quite well. So Bidet, a risky play for Lukeman, but one maybe with this deficit you have to make so you don't fall further behind. Sean, do you have thoughts about Bio versus Bidet?
Yeah, I think Bidet is a good choice because after all, he had kept that S after Enabler, after Vlog, with that thought process that the S hook was going to be very valuable, and so if you're going to play in that corner, which you need to score some points, take more points, open a lane that's even more potent, and make sure that problem remains on Benji's shoulders to address how he wants to handle it. He'll maybe take it out, but then there's potential to hook the S onto IDE and still have a good bingo lane. So I think that's the right choice. I think last few turns have been fairly straightforward, but the play of fuckwit is not a slur. It's just an impolite word. So I think that was a good choice. That not only cleaned up the rack for Benji, but it also allowed for some board control to occur. And now he's playing a
Well,
really clever play of daring. You could say it's a daring play, which scores more points, piling onto that lead, also making that S hook kind of pretty much go away. Really nice choice here. Forgetting about bingo prone tiles. He had of course draping sitting on his rack that was unplayable. So he's moving on and getting this game closer and closer to its finish by playing 6 tiles. So I think this is a really good play by Ben in response. And we're looking at a board that is becoming increasingly difficult for Lukeman, while his tiles are not getting any better.
you say you like this play of daring, and it is certainly a daring play. I am not a fan at all. I think certainly the best option here is one that Benji perhaps missed, Rapid on top of Bidet. I think definitely a better play there. It scores 40 points. It does everything that you want daring to do, blocking up all those lines, but it doesn't give the G, the I, the N, and the R floating for Lukeman to play back. So I think definitely a missed opportunity for Benji there to take this board and tighten it. Both of those plays block Feloness, which would be an 8 through the E for Lukeman. So likely not going to hit that spot regardless. But I think Benji missed a big opportunity to make a great play here, instead making an okay one with daring. Lukeman, a little frustrated probably, as he has an unplayable Collins bingo on his rack, Unfools. And instead, Felonous blocked, Unfools not fitting on this board. He's going to have to find a new way to get himself into this game. I think he's got a very reasonable option down from the G, Gonoff, Gonof. It opens this board with bingo lines down from overlapping that play, and it scores points at the same time, which is absolutely something he needs to do. I think clear and away play number one for him. Some other options, FOU or UFO on top of prom, hitting that triple word and scoring 22 points. Those also make sense, but I think just the board opening nature of Ganoff makes that play number one here for Lukeman if he sees it and elects to go that way. We've seen him hold on to O's before this game, and maybe he'll do it again here, but I expect Gonoff to be the best play here, and it's one that I think he should make rather quickly. And here it comes, Gonoff. Am I psychic or something? Man, I'm good. Gonoff, good play by Lukeman. Open this board back up, score some points, and now a bingo almost brings you back into this game. Benji sitting on AEMNPSY. And this is going to be a very interesting turn for him, or not. Benji going to open the board, but he's got a ton of points. I didn't see this, but a really nice, well-spotted word of Tim Pan for Benji. 48 points on that. And yeah, okay, Lukeman, you want to open the board? You want to create a bingo line? Fine, I don't care. I'm going to take such a commanding lead that your bingo's not going to be enough. And in the process, I'm going to hold ES, which is a great leave for me. So a nice play by Benji, scores a lot of points, and what I thought was going to be a difficult turn is actually not, as he's got a great play of Timpan, and he plays it immediately, putting some time pressure on Lukeman.
Oh, yeah, man. Unfortunately for Lukeman, he's sitting on difficult tiles. He can make words like Luz or Lutz or Zulu, but where to place them that can be really strong. This is the challenge that he's faced with right now. I don't see a great spot for it. Is there some place to play it, Matt, that might be beneficial to him?
No place for Zulu or anything good like that. He does have a 49-point play available of ZEL above Bidet, but that holds STUU, which is, not the best leave. The unseen pool is going to be important for him to think about here. I'll drop that in chat, but AAEEE HIILNNOOORSTTV. So STUU, actually okay if he pulls one of those O's, as he gets OUS words, he gets out words. So not the worst. And again, with this deficit down 129 points, you have to score right now and you have to bingo. And UUST, not quite the death knell that it seems to be, as the unseen pool makes it reasonably playable at least. So I think he's got to play Zell here. You could also consider putts or putzes, putts down from the P in prom, putzes from the P in timpan, but neither one of those scores as well. And Putz is going to knock out the Gonoff overlap possibilities that he has. So the only path to victory I see for either of those, Putz or Putzes, would be a bingo to or from the N in timpan, scoring very well. I think ZEL has to be the play here for him, and he's just got to hope and pray that either this UUST leave stabilizes right now with the pull of an O or an E, or if nothing else, he has a high scoring way to play off one or two of those U's next turn and is able to draw bingo very quickly to get himself back into this game. But ZEL, 49 points for Lukeman, and it's not going to work out for him, just not his day, as Ben has another bingo in Halos through the N. Again, Ben playing this very quickly, as I don't think there's much else to think about with this rack. Ben confident that there aren't any available bingos to him, and in Halos coming down. Lukeman does draw that O that he needs to stabilize his rack, but I'm not seeing any bingos that he could have in response to Ben's. So I think this is essentially game over, as Ben going to knock Lukeman down in the standings and surge ahead. He'll either be in first or second with the victory here. Important victory for Ben. Sean, are you seeing any Hail Marys that Lukeman can throw out there to get back in this game?
Well, I was just trying to look up to see if there's any bingos that I didn't see, but none of them play on this board. There are actually 5 different 8-letter words that form with this rack, but the floating letters that are required, see if the chat can figure out what some of them are. One of them is lined up on his rack if there was a free C, which there isn't, but if there was a free D, B, or V as well, there would be bingos. So unfortunately, Lukeman doesn't have one, and that leaves him in a situation where, yeah, he can try again to balance his rack, maybe play off a couple of vowels and see again if he can do so, but there's not much room on the board. I mean, the M line and P line are the best potential locations. There's the spot from the F, but you need to overlap 2 tiles over there, and with the U's, that's going to be really difficult to make any word. So really, I think at this point, Lukeman can just play almost anything and just keep the game moving, and probably is going to face the fact that he's not winning this game.
Yeah, and confounding the situation even further, there are only 2 tiles in the bag for Lukeman. So 9 unseen. The unseen pool to him, AIINNOTTV. So that even looks solid enough that he's got to think, did Ben pull another bingo in this game? Do I need to think about blocking to preserve my spread? Or is there something I can fish for? So actually a reasonably tough decision here. Yeah, the game is over, but what is best for me? Plunk a U and try to bingo myself? I can't play 2 tiles. Ben will know exactly what I have and be able to block my bingos. So he'd have to fish 1 tile or think about potentially blocking options that Ben could have, such as innovate down to the E. So does he block? Ovation plays next to Gonoff, or ovations rather, down to the S as well, unseen. So does he block? Does he fish? It's tough. And it looks like he's going to try a phony bingo here to mur us. A to moor us, I believe, could be good with a different spelling. In 5-point challenge, I can't imagine Ben doesn't challenge this. Yeah, he stops the clock immediately. And they'll go look it up. Lukeman going to lose his turn and doesn't have one of those bingos I mentioned of his own. But now knowing what Lukeman's rack is exactly, he knows what 2 tiles are in the bag perhaps he considers fishing on his own, trying to hit one of those bingos. Though what I know about Ben is he's probably just going to make his next play very fast and try to get back out in the hallway. Ben, a very quick player. As you see, he's got 1542 on his rack.
Yeah, and these letters in this order do form the word tuberous with B. And I think this was just a desperation thing. I don't think Lukeman really considered strongly that this would be able to stay on. I think that this is a case where had no better real idea what to do. So hoping that maybe by some mistake Ben leaves it on the board and then he gets somehow flukily out. Although I'm not even sure that he can overcome the margin.
Yeah, tough game for Lukeman all around. When your opponent drops back-to-back blank bingos on you early in the game, it's always tough to recover. I think he did what he needed to do to try to get back into this game, and he just didn't draw what he needed to draw. Got out bingoed 3-0, got out blanked 2-0. It's always tough to win these games, especially against an opponent as tough as Benji. And as I predicted, Ben just going to play pretty quickly here, dropping Nitons. He'll pick up AV out of the bag. I think he's quickly checking his tracking to make sure he's not going to end up getting stuck with the V or anything like that. But AV going to allow him to play out with things like VITA, so not as much to worry about for him. And this game is all but over. Lukeman almost immediately just going to play VROU, knowing he doesn't have bingos available to him. And Ben, I expect to go out with VITA or VITTA, whichever one of those scores more points. Interesting game, but a fast one. Ben definitely making what I think is a mistake of daring over rapid, but it doesn't end up costing him here as he draws a third bingo and runs away with this game. Ben certainly made some good plays. Fuckwit is a great way to work out of a terrible rack. Timpan clearing away play number one, and it's hitting these obvious but sometimes hard to spot words that is so important. Every turn, you need to make good plays. And Ben did that with maybe the exception of Rapid, and definitely drew the stuff he needed to draw as well. So 443 to 306, the score before Ben gets Vita down. His spread's going to end up being about 160 points in this game. We are going to try to figure out what happened in the game with Matthew Tunnicliffe, because this victory would put Ben into sole possession of first place by a half game if Matthew loses. Otherwise, we'll bring Ben into second, or we'll retain Ben's second place position in the standings. But a huge win for Ben. He certainly controls his own destiny in this tournament now. If he wins each of his next two games, he will absolutely win the tournament, as the pairings will put him with Tunnicliffe either in the next round or in the final round. But Ben winning out now, those next two games, will guarantee him the tournament. A big, big victory for Ben. A tough luck loss for Lukeman, who couldn't really have done many things differently the way Ben ended up drawing. We will have to kill quite a bit of time between this game and the next one. You can see Ben leaving 14 minutes on his rack, or on his clock rather. So we have to wait for every single game in the division to finish, or at least every single game among contenders to finish, before we can get anything, any further pairings. It's the way things have to be in tournaments to make sure the pairings are the fairest and make the most sense for these players. So they'll get the tile squared, reset board one for us, and we are going to bring Ben back into Sean's room for an interview to go over that game and just get to know the player a little bit better. I hear from our producer now, Ben is walking over to the interview room. So chat, if you guys have any questions for Ben, let us know. We can ask him for you. Otherwise, we'll get his thoughts on that game, on the tournament, and just make some banter as we try to kill some time before we get two more games of Scrabble from the 2023 World Cup. As Ben walks over, I do want to ask one more time, anybody watching this video, hit that like button. We want to move up YouTube's algorithm. We want this to be on the front page for other people. We want new players exposed to tournament Scrabble today, especially this high-level Scrabble we're seeing. So hit that like button, subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, and we'll bring you further Scrabble action in the future. But for now, I'm going to turn things over to Sean, sitting down with our victor, Ben. Ben, good to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think you're fine. How are you, Matt?
All right. Good to see you again, Ben, and congrats on that victory. At what point did you think you had that game won?
I was feeling good after Drought. When I knew I had it locked up after Tin Pan.
Yeah, Tim Pan was a great play, and you dropped it immediately, but a really nice way to score points and work your way out of a yucky rack. So we really liked that play. Back-to-back blank bingos certainly have to feel good in a high-stakes game like this as well. So you were very happy to see those. And you control your own destiny in this tournament. You win your next two, $10,000 goes to you, absolutely. So, Sean, what questions do you have for Ben about that last game?
Well, I was thinking you got a chance to play one impolite word.
I sure
And,
did.
it
It wasn't lost on me that I would find on stream.
well, it's not one that comes up that often because it's
No.
very some clunky consonants that don't get combined. So it was a great way to clean up your rack. So it seemed like it was a straightforward play once you found it. Is that correct?
Well, there is a little bit of there were a few problems with it. It does block off those eights, but it also gives back. If he plays Zest or something and then bingos, I could be in trouble. But come on, I can't not play it.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
great,
indeed.
great way to unbalance what was, or to work through what was a terribly unbalanced rack and well spotted. It's tough to see. A lot of players, I think, look to play CUIF or FUCI or something out of that rack, but
Yeah, I could
you
play
found what
Outwind or
looked to be the
something,
best
and then
play, and you got to drop a profanity on stream. Always fun to do
sure
that.
did.
So got to do a lot of fun stuff all at once. Have
One
you
of the
played
things that
Lupin before this tournament, Ben?
Yeah, I played him once at New Orleans.
one of the
Okay,
things I
so
was
you're rather
noticing.
unfamiliar with his game. It's always tough to play sort of a wild card opponent like that. But okay, very interesting. We're always trying to see who's got a scouting report on him because we don't know much about his game, but we've seen him do a couple things that, at least by North American standards, would be rather non-standard. Sean, I see you have a question for Ben. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that I saw kind of happening in that game was, we opened with QI and then there was the XI response. Um, there were just a couple early turns where there was some thought process going on. What was the kind of the first turn that you felt was like the decision making place where you had some debate in your head?
There really wasn't. Use was a little bit of a decision. I could play reuse if I want to open the board, but there's no reason to do that.
Hmm. Okay.
So yeah, that's
How did this game compare to some of your other recent games in terms of the level of decision making required?
pretty low. I mean, I've drawn well, so most of my games have been pretty straightforward, at least for me.
That's good
I
stuff.
have one game against the second game of the day yesterday against Jason Keller where I lost by 4. People in the tournament, not people on the stream, may have seen me fall out of my seat after that. I
So now that
I
you're
open with bingo, bingo, and then blank bingo, but he kept bingoing. I ran out of time that game. There was a non-straightforward end game. He had 5 vowels on his rack, and I had clunky tiles, and I had to find a way to win. I just couldn't do it. I don't know if there was a win, but that was a painful loss. That was easily the most critical decision, game of decisions so far this tournament. Another game I had a bunch of decisions was against Brian Bowman. I think I messed up at one point by fishing off 2 instead of fishing off 1.
Thankfully, it didn't come back to bite me, and I was able to fish again, and then bingo out, and there was nothing you could do about it.
And now that you're coming to the last few games of the tournament, do you feel an increased sense of pressure, or are you pretty consistent in the pressure?
I feel pretty calm right now. Like it's going to be what it's going to be. I think I'm playing well, so I don't see myself just falling apart these next two. Um, Hopefully, my opponents do. That'd be great.
That sounds like a good attitude to have. I really think that you've played well, and that game you may have drawn the better share of the tiles. But that being said, you got to be good to be lucky, as they say. So well done, well
Thank
played,
you.
and
Thank
good
you.
luck the rest of the way. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you. And hi, chat.
All right, internet wave back to Benji, and we'll be back shortly with our next game. It's going to be exciting. Let us know, in the chat what you're thinking, what your predictions are. This is the time now to lock in those predictions, and we'll be able to see who gets bragging rights about what's going to happen next. So if Benji's your pick, text. No, there's no number to text to vote. This isn't American Idol, but it's still maybe one year we'll have that winner by chat approval.
Yeah, who needs
That'd
to
be
play
great.
Scrabble when it can just be a popular vote instead, right?
Is that
All right.
is that one
Well,
of
thanks
the
for
is
your time,
that one of
Ben.
like the bounty prizes?
Right. The popularity contest. We'll have a Miss America style beauty pageant. Anyway, we have some fun with that, chat. We're going to cut away for now, take a short break, let the commentators do a little potty break. Ben, thanks for coming on and interviewing with us. We hope to see you back here in 2 rounds discussing the $10,000 you've won. Best of
That'd be
luck
nice.
in either case for the rest of the tournament. And thanks for your time today. Chat,
All right,
don't
I'll see
go
you soon.
anywhere.
Hopefully,
We'll be back
hopefully very
shortly with
soon.
Scrabble action.
All right, bye guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We have what could be the deciding game of the CSW division coming up for you. Matthew Tunnicliffe will be playing Charles Reinke. Lots of different potential ramifications here. If Matthew wins and Ben Schoenbrunn loses to Lukeman, Matthew will clinch the tournament. If Matthew loses and Ben wins, Matthew is out of contention, and Ben and Charles will play for the championship. So lots of ramifications. We'll have to keep a close eye on the score of the Ben Lukeman game because, again, if Matthew wins and Ben loses, this is the championship for him. But if Matthew loses, he could be eliminated. Lots of potential ramifications of this game. We'll keep a close eye. I'm sure that chat will keep a close eye on these results as well. We'll do our best just to focus on the game at hand and discuss what happens on that one. But lots of stuff happening. Exciting finish here in the CSW division. $10,000 on the line for first place, $5,000 for second place. Lots and lots for these players to play for in the last two games of the Word Cup from Albany, New York. Sean, I hear that our players are just about ready, so without letting you even speak, we'll jump to the action. Matthew versus Charles. And we'll have some Scrabble for y'all. Matthew is to play first against Charles. We're going to get our score widget reset in just a moment, and players will be underway very shortly thereafter. But you see all grins from Charles and a steady poker face from Matthew with his patented leg shaking just a little bit. So, yeah, looking forward to a good game and what could be the deciding game. We're not sure. Charles going to do his best to randomize those tiles, hopefully putting the blanks in a spot that makes this game interesting. That's all I can ask for here. The last game was honestly rather boring, and that has nothing to do with either of the players and everything to do with the arrangement of the tiles in that bag. Hopefully we don't see a blowout here. I'd like high, good level Scrabble. And we are underway. Tunnicliffe to go first. DEIKNSW. And that's going to give him an easy bingo on turn one of Swinked with two spots. W or K can be doubled here. This placement does score more points, but it puts that S on in a place where you can play down two or from it to hit a high-scoring triple bingo, whereas the W placement, or the placement of the W on the double letter, is significantly more defensive, but puts an E there instead. Matthew, without taking too much time, though, is going to go ahead and play it for more points. And really, I think I actually would have made the other placement myself, although there's merit to both plays for sure. We'll switch over to Charles, who's drawn Befogged for a gazillion points. So he likely to bingo right back on his own and score even more. Already, that placement of Swinked, which is a questionable decision, is going to pay huge dividends for Charles, as Befogged would otherwise be a very low-scoring bingo, but instead going to score, I think, upwards of 90 points for him. So back-to-back fireworks for the 4th of July, Matthew opening with 90 points, and Charles hitting him back with 90-something of his own. Wow, couldn't have asked for a hotter start from these two players, and indicative of what we see in all tournament from this Collins division. Wow. Sean, how are you feeling about this start?
Yeah, this kind of seems to be the trend right now, is that here's what happens, really. We take for granted that these players have such incredible word knowledge that they know all these words. It's in other divisions, it's not the case where every player knows all of these words. So we are seeing them execute bingos as they come. Yes, they've both drew into these without having to improve their rack. So that's a real exciting thing that just happened, and doesn't require too much thought on their part once they just notice that the bingo is there. But Swinked was played in an aggressive way to get a couple extra points. I think in most cases, a player would be like, okay, it seems to be a fairly close toss-up of whether to do it, and I might want to just err on the side of taking a couple extra points. So I don't really fault Matthew for opening with Swinked in that position. But definitely, you're right that it turned out to be great for Befogged to hit the squares and really add to the score. So, but it definitely means that now we have a board where there's stretching and spidering open into a complex web here. And as we kind of go to the next turn, we're seeing that Matthew now doesn't have an instant bingo that I can see. I think that he may consider turning over a bunch of tiles, like maybe a play analogy could be a possibility. You could just play day and oi to 2 day.
Today spot, Sean, is
Yeah.
definitely the best play for Matthew, significantly better than any other option. So I'm surprised he hasn't played it yet. It looks like he's writing out alphagrams on his rack, ensuring that he doesn't have bingos. This looks like it'd have a cool one, but today, definitely the best play for him. He's got to play that.
Yeah, and it it doesn't appear that one of the D's will help Charles for Edamata, so that I'm sure is something that he would have looked at and said, oh, there can overlap, but not quite, and not really going to be able to have any kind of great response from after today comes down. I think that he would have a tough turn coming up as he tries to figure out, what leave is most optimal to keep, and try to see if what way he can kind of stay in the rhythm here. But definitely to uncouple the double A's, play off hopefully the O as well, and somehow score. That's going to be the priority for Charles now. But it looks like Matthew has chosen to play the shorter just day instead of 2 day, which is probably, I can see some synergy there, but I don't think it's worth the 8-point sacrifice.
It's going to pay off for him. He'll draw into Outland, which will play down to that S, but I think he squandered a lot of equity. Yes, ALNOT does go great with the floating E, the floating S, the floating I, but I think that's rather aggressive. Today just scores so much more. He forewent 8 points, and when you don't pick up an E or a bingo into ALNOT, that is a bad rack for you. So board definitely playing more for bingos, but I'm curious about that play. I think today was rather straightforward and a better play. I wanted to ask him about after the game if we do bring him in for an interview for sure. But absolutely pays off for him. Maybe he predicted this. He'll draw into Outland, and I sincerely doubt Charles is going to do anything to block this, as he's got 5 vowels and no playable bingos. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
what a tough turn.
Today would have also opened another lane, which I think, though, Charles, coming off of a bingo, didn't have an improved rack, so I wouldn't have much hesitation about having another bingo lane open. So I think there isn't that great a reason to choose day. Definitely, maybe it's with somebody who has a deep word knowledge might find the synergies of those 5 tiles of Talon being solid, thinking that to the right 2-tile draw I can probably bingo. So I think that's what he opted for, and it's going to pay off. So sometimes you do take the suboptimal play, and it's a debatable thing whether players should play based on their intuition or their gut feeling versus playing what might be the logical choice. And now, great find by Charles to find a double. I looked at it to see if there was a double, but I didn't think of Emanate, and that is fantastic because he's going to pick up a solid 36 points. Yeah, and that really creates an interesting sort of board formation, and he'll get to turn over tiles, maybe try to race to that blank before the first blank before Matthew does. So even though Outlands will most likely be coming down in just a moment, Charles is not going to be too far behind if he's able to get a good pickup here.
Yeah, and Charles knocking out the other bingo Matthew has of non-adult, but Outlands for 80 down from the triple is exactly what's going to be played here. He could consider Outland and Emanated, but that's only 70 points. No reason to sacrifice the 10. Score the points. Matthew probably going to take just a little bit of time, make sure there's not a cool play, make sure there's not a different bingo, but Outland seems to be clearly the best option for him here. Wouldn't be surprised if it comes down in the next few seconds. Charles pulls from 5 vowels to 6 consonants, so wild swings of his rack as well. That's crazy stuff. And that placement of swinked fired back on Matthew as Charles hit him with befogged, but now he's going to get to use the placement of that S for his own good. So a small decision paying big consequences for both players here. Curious to see what Matthew is taking so long for here. Maybe just looking for a play through that D, an emanated play. Surely he's not doubting whether Outlands is good. Maybe just checking to make sure that it doesn't have an anagram that slots D somewhere else or is a little more defensive. But I can't imagine anything but Outlands for 80 comes down in the next few seconds. I'm honestly very surprised it's been this long. So we'll have
Yeah.
3 bingos.
Unfortunately for Charles, the A in Outlands won't be placed anywhere helpful for a play like non-fact, which would clean up this rack. I think that he's going to just play as many constants as he can, and maybe that he's lined up font, which is not a high-scoring play, but again, it's just a means of uncoupling the N's and T's and using as many consonants as possible. So after Outlands, this is not going to be very good for Charles, who will be trying still to balance his rack, but will be in a bit of a deficit. And it means that Matthew now again has that chance to turn over tiles and see if he can get to the blank. So you can't really say that Charles has a nightmare rack of any kind, but it's definitely he didn't pick up anything too special that's going to help him. Very interested to see what he chooses, and he might choose fount now instead of font. Could be a possibility, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing for the board shape. So I'm going to be interested to see what he selects.
Yeah, a tough turn for Charles, but still anybody's game at this point. Yeah, he's been out bingo to 2-1, but Tunnicliffe not with a commanding lead here, up about 70. But Charles's turn, Fount definitely looks like a solid option for him to play through some of this stuff. Scores reasonably well, 18 points, or you can play Font for 16 points. And also play Font for 17 points. So a number of options for him. A non-fat also available if he'd rather play off one additional consonant. Scores the same for him and kind of opens this board up. He also has CONF if he wants to play that as well. Not really a fan of holding NTT, and I doubt he is either. But several options for him to choose from. I think probably non-fat would be the best option for him, but Fount makes a lot of sense. CONF if you want to try to bingo more aggressively. Tough decision here for Charles, but decent options for him in any case.
Yeah, I do like non-fat. I think it's better for the shape of the board. It unloads more consonants, turns over more tiles, so give one more chance to draw into something good, and that's what he's picked. When I said non-fat earlier, I didn't think of non-fat, so that's on me. So now that we see that here, looks really good, and I think that it means a response play potentially if Matthew is comfortable with opening that triple line. He could play Juga for a decent score. I'm not sure if there's something else that would be superior to that, but that seems to be the play that I would be looking at instinctively.
Yeah, Juga makes a ton of sense here. Seems almost like a no-brainer autopilot play, and yet Matthew, I think, still going to take his time, make sure there's nothing better. He also has GAUJE at 4B, so right at the same spot. That doesn't string a tile out to the triple. Juga 44 points holding EIY. GAUJE 41 points holding the nasty IY. Could also consider Judgy through the D and be fogged. That would score 34 holding AEI. or gaudy, Gaudy, retaining EIJ. The J not super powerful on this board, but it's okay. So he's going to elect to play Juga here. I think I prefer the other play, GAUJE, in the same spot, as you're giving Charles a lot of free points otherwise. But this is a play Matthew chooses to go with. And Charles finally drawing what looked like a good rack after a couple of turns of Drek, as he's drawn Enactor, which I don't see a spot for, but he's got other bingos as well. Note Card playing to the D, Carotene playing to the E. I'm not seeing anything else that jumps out right away. Coronate. I'm not seeing any bingos that score a lot of points.
Yeah, I
Contrate.
think carotene is the one that we'll most likely see. The other bingos, don't really score enough to merit what they can do for the
I think
board.
Outrance, Outrance, through the U in Outlands makes a lot of sense, or its anagram, Kurante, plays through the U in Juga. So those are going to be his highest scoring bingos, Outrance or Kurante.
Yeah, Outrance, because of hitting the triple letter score, will be a little bit better than carotene. However, there is some thought potentially to how the shape of the board would be in the bottom, because the fact that there are two E's that are open. If a person has a bingo ending with E, they'll be able to play it in one of those two lanes anyway. So I think that's also a factor that makes Outrance superior. Outrance could have an S hook, but that being said, the fact that S would be in the second position means that it's not likely that would result in a very big comeback play. And the C near the end of the word will prevent that triple from being accessed through an overlap. So I definitely think that can be a best play consideration here, and that's what he has lined up on his rack. So I think we'll see this come down in a few seconds.
Yeah, you've got to be certain. Outrance looks like it could potentially be outrance, which maybe is a verb form. So to make that play, you want to know that it's actually the opposite of an entrance, an outrance, and it only takes an S. That's a TWL word as well, and I know the Reinke's yesterday on stream said they're a little rusty, especially Charles, on some CSW only stuff. But coming from TWL, he's probably got to be sure that it only takes the S back hook. You don't want to make a play if you don't know the hooks when you've got similar plays for similar scores. And Outrance, we agree, probably is the best bingo here, and it is what he's going to end up playing. So good play by Charles. It'll put him down by 23 points and a tempo, but that tempo is not going to be super big, as Matthew missed any available play down from the J. That would be obvious, and instead has triplicate I's, BEIIIMY. So not a lot of great options that he's going to be able to make, at least as far as I see out of this rack. Sean, are you seeing anything that jumps out immediately from this rack?
Well, what I might do is neutralize that J line by playing imide from the triple letter score, forming Ani, OD, and NE. That to me is an option that I like. I think it scores a little bit. You get rid of two I's, and you turn over a number of tiles, and you also neutralize that J line. So that's what strikes me as the most beneficial play. There may be other plays that score a little more elsewhere. I'm not too sure, but I didn't spot one yet. But that's what I would play.
Yeah, he's got to make a philosophical decision here. His highest scoring options are MIDI, either MIDDI or MIDDY or MIDDIE. That throws this board wide open, and he does have a small lead. But the board is already quite open. The Emanate hook is available. Befogged has some floaters. The J is still available as well. So Matthew's saying, you know what? Let me just get a bunch of points out of this rack that's pretty nasty. Whatever. Let's open it up. I think I can score more points than you the rest of the game. So MIDI, he's going to play it with an IE, foregoing a few points to try to stabilize his rack with that Y a little bit. I believe he's on hold right now. as he has not drawn his tiles. Charles would only sacrifice 5 points if he chooses to challenge this word. He wouldn't lose his turn, but 5 point challenge. Does he want to give his opponent those 5 points, or does he want to just accept the play? He sets Wurzits up on his rack, which is not good, but he will have good counter plays. Tzuris, Tzuris, plays underneath MIDI. Wizes, Wizes, plays through the E in MIDI. Both of those are going to score over 50 points for him. And he's also got neat plays to retain the Z. The Z is an incredibly powerful tile in CSW. So maybe a play like Twier, Twier, through the E and MIDI comes down as well. Which spot does he want to address? The floating E or the underlap? Which does he want to leave open? And does he want to retain the Z or not? Lots for him to think about here. There's also the potential option for him to do none of those and get very aggressive with the fish, playing just WUZ and WAN for 21 points, but holding the very lucrative IRST on a board with numerous bingo lines. So a tough decision by Charles here. I expect him to cash one of the two 50-point plays, either Zuris or Whizzes, and it looks like he's leaning towards Whizzes. I think the play has also been accepted, as Matthew has not just drawn his tiles, but has also mixed them into his rack. So Charles wisely electing not to challenge a word that I imagine he was pretty certain was good, but never a bad idea to hold one of your opponent's words if you're even slightly unsure of it, because why not? So tough decision. Sean, do you have preferences between fishing with between Zuris, Twier, or Whizzes in this position?
Yeah, I like whizzes. I think why not score as many points as you can. That's the only certainty that is there. Everything else is is analysis, or is as a spectator kind of trying to make a determination. So I like whizzes. I think it's pretty cool. The option of playing something like jurist or taking out the J line would have been something, but it's with both W and Z. They're tiles that themselves are the W especially, like combining with certain other letters, can be difficult, and you don't want the U and the W sitting on your rack. So I think I like this the most. Taking some points, keeping the game close. And I think in terms of the danger of the spots, I'm not as concerned about the fact that there's a bingo line with the M, because of the fact that there are a number of other bingo lines. So I think that's the reason why I'm not as bothered by that as I might be that the risk of another big play coming down from that E, especially if there was like a Q play.
Sean, I'm going to cut you off there because Matthew has a very interesting turn here. He's got a lot of great options. Shoji through the J, Haya down at the bottom for 34, and Ashi with outrances for 53. All of those are great options. Matthew looks like he's opting for the least lucrative of those three with Haya, only 34, but keeping iOS on a board where the S is very valuable. I'm curious to see if he made that for defense, as he's trying not to let Charles bingo back, or what. But Charles with the ridiculous draw into quarter, which is just nuts. I don't see a spot for quarter. I don't see a floating I for quartier. I don't see an N for quarter, and what could be a very lucrative rack instead is not all that great for Charles at the end of the day. Wow, wild swing. Tough turn for Tunnicliffe, one that
Actually,
I definitely think we can discuss in post.
I believe there's a Collins only bingo in here that might play, but I could be wrong. I want to look it up before I speak it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing one, at least not through Zizova, so I think probably not what you're thinking.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was thinking of detract, not retract. So yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit disappointing for Charles. I'm actually surprised that Shoji wasn't selected. In this case, it's great for Matthew that he took out that spot, because Katra would have come down potentially, or Quate or something like that. But that he did have, as you mentioned, he did have choices. I didn't like Ashy because of the leave, but that otherwise, because earlier I had said that the S in the second position on outrances wouldn't be that dangerous, and Ashy is probably one of the few words that could even be thought of that would score quite a bit over there. So even though that was attractive from a scoring perspective, the leave made it less so. But I would have expected Shoji to come down, and he chose Haya, and that's worked out well for him because now Charles has to think of a play that's not necessarily going to work, and Emanate doesn't take that R, so it's going to be something that we have to consider.
Yeah, no, interesting decision. Crucially, both blanks unseen to both players right now, and all of Matthew's plays turned over just 4 tiles. Charles, I think, has an obvious play of Quare right here. It opens up the volatile front S hook that he doesn't have, but it scores so much better than his other options, 45, and retains RT. His other plays of Quart or Quatra down underneath at the bottom of the board, making EH, score 6 fewer points and keep roughly similar leaves. So I think Quare an obvious play for him. Maybe a little reluctant to set up an S hook you don't have, but in this situation, I think you just have to take the points and run on with this game. Matthew, IOPSTUV on his rack. So he does have the S hook to front hook Quare. He'll have options like Soup, SOUP, if he wants to keep a more stable leave, or Spiv, SPIV, holding the rather nasty IO or OUT leave. He also has the option to play Pivot on top of Haya or on top of MIDI. So either one of those, if he chooses to instead hold on to this S.
I think
Unseen at
Spiv
the
is
time.
coming down.
I'm sorry?
I really think Spiv will come down. I mean, I think that why the scoring of it is good. OUT is a manageable leave, and you're taking out a spot while not creating another bingo lane. So I think that's overall all best. The thing is that even if Charles were to have right now an immediate bingo response, I don't think that would be too bad because Matthew would have scored decently. So we'll see which one he picks. Yeah.
I'm dropping the unseen pool to Matthew in chat here. Again, both blanks unseen. And I think for that reason alone, he's opting maybe to make a slightly more defensive play of Spiv. Don't necessarily think about closing the board or opening the board in the neutral game, but with 2 unseen blanks, maybe closing a little bit better. And scoring is absolutely important. It's worth noting that all of the U's have been played except for the one on Matthew's rack. So he knows he's not going to double up on those U's, and it's a little bit less dangerous to hold on to it there. He is going to pull more vowels into that leave, though, EILOOTU. And that's going to give him a lack of flexibility. Both players, though, have to be getting on the edge of their seats as they both probably have their opponent pegged on a blank or pegged to draw one very soon. Got to be getting nervous that neither one has been drawn this game, and yet we know that neither player has one. So this is wild right now. Oh wow, what a cool game.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling when you know that the game is proceeding and the odds of a blank being on your opponent's rack are increasing and you're not seeing it on your rack. So that's something that they're going to be contending with. But it looks like both players will have a little bit of, in reality, a little bit of breathing room on this in his next 2 turns. Charles will look to try to see how can he keep the most bingo prone leave while also at the same time making a play to get a few points, and that's tricky because if a blank is out there, you want to play a few tiles, but you don't necessarily want to give up the synergy that some of these letters have together. So I could see letters like OR and COR potentially being part of the considerations, but it's not abundantly clear to me where the most likely places for him to play right now. I could see it really depends on how low of a score he's willing to accept, and that could be problematic right now because I think it's going to require quite a bit of thinking in order to figure out which play is optimal.
Yeah, no, not a lot of great options here. Probably the best play, maybe the best play is NORK. Tough to spot, but down to the K and swinked with 3 overlaps, holding CERT. I will point out 19 tiles unseen in the bag. Of those, 12 or 19 tiles in the bag, 26 unseen. Of those, 12 are vowels, 12 are consonants, and 2 are blanks for Charles. So definitely a vowel heavy pool and 2 blanks. He's looking to play off as many tiles as he can, and yet there's just not really a good way for him to do that. So tough to score, tough to play off a lot of tiles. And I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here at all. Really difficult decision. Could also play Croc, CROC, from the C and outrance. I like that because ENRT may be a little bit unstable, but with the abundance of vowels unseen to him, picking up an I or an O, there are 3 of each of those in the bag would be good. Picking up an E, there are 4 of those in the bag, would also be quite good for him. Not a lot of bingo opportunities on this board, but bingo's ending in a vowel will play on top of Haya. And there's definitely potential to draw 8s to the E and emanate, or if you pick up a D, S, or blank, you can backhook emanate as well. So trying to keep bingo prone letters, in my opinion, is a good move. I like Croc. I like Nork as well. I like anything that holds 3 consonants and a vowel, leaves bingo lines available to me to try to dig my way back into this game. I'm down 32 points. I'm not going to be able to score well, so I won't take the lead. Matthew can surge further ahead. I think I just have to pray he doesn't have to bingo and try to get a bingo of my own. Matthew electing to play, or Charles rather, electing to play 1 additional tile with Corno, which doesn't score as well as some of his other options, but again plays off 1 more tile. Now again, I'd rather hold 3 consonants here, given the abundance of vowels in the bag. It looks like Matthew is putting this play on hold as well. We have the luxury to know that it is valid, but Charles not yet drawing his tiles. So this is our 3rd hold of the game. And again, even if you're 95% sure a word is good, go ahead and hold it. Take your time, think about it. And it looks like Matthew is going to be challenging this word. So he'll throw a nickel at Charles. We'll come back and see our animation in just a minute. I just want to show you all again, this is how the mind games are different in NWL versus CSW. Challenge anything that looks even slightly unfamiliar. Picking up a free turn is a huge payoff as opposed to just giving your opponent a nickel. So interesting play by Charles. Maybe not the best play in a vacuum, but a better play knowing that he's picking up a nickel. 5 extra points make this a nice play for him. And his
Yeah,
draw.
I find this play a little questionable. I mean, if you're going to play the N in addition and a few more tiles, like it's not like that lane was a dangerous lane. So it's not. I wouldn't say it was a move for defensive reasons per se. It seems to be more just a way of unloading and some letters and scoring it. So I definitely think your suggestion of NORK, which is a little bit of a hard find, would have been better. I think that if I was going to play in the bottom, I would just play in the similar spot that Outlie is being played in now. I might play Cornet or Cronet, and there would be certain lanes that would create as well. But at least it would just be a way of kind of saying, okay, I'm going to blow up this rack if that's the case, and then see if I can race to the blank. So I feel like Corno is a bit of a middle choice where it's meant to unload some letters, but it's not quite clear which goal it's primarily striving for. But both players have now picked up blanks, so we're going to see something happen. And Charles's rack after Outlie looks like it would only bingo through Slow Tree, which doesn't seem to play on this board. So this is interesting.
Yeah, no, there's several 8s available, but I don't see anything that fits on this board. Deportee, stereoed, geometer type plays. But I'm not sure that he has a bingo on this board. Chat, I'm sure, will help us out. Both players trying to go long to pull a blank. Both players a sigh of relief as they draw one. There is a 7 in this rack for Charles, and he's got to be upset to see that Aero Team, EROTEME, was just blocked by Matthew's play, and even more upset, Outlie clearly is not holding an S, or else he'd bingo in the same spot. but now Matthew gets to pull 6 tiles out of that nice juicy bag, and he did indeed draw a great pull of AELORS blank. So Charles, with a deficit, Matthew going to hit him back with the bingo next turn. Charles in dire straits here. Are you seeing anything that helps Charles launch his way back into this game, Sean?
Well, he does have ways of playing off 2 vowels. So with the W in swinked, he could play a couple vowels around it to create another lane for 7s. The lanes probably are going to remain. They're probably going to be lanes that will remain available after Matthew bingos, depending on which bingo he selects. I don't believe I can think of a bingo from Matthew that puts the S in the second position so that he could bingo in the top right corner.
He's got
Do you see what
Escolar.
Escolar? Yeah, I just thought of it. Okay, so yeah, if that's the case, then the board is going to middle of the board will stay fairly open, meaning as long as he
Matthew's
unloads
not.
tiles.
Sorry to cut you off. Matthew's not going to play Escolar. If Thomas, or excuse me, if Charles makes a short fishing play, Matthew almost certain to play the longest bingo he can to knock out all of the available spots. Something like Kohlers and Emanates, or Arsehole to the E and Emanate, just to obscure as many of those 8s lines as possible. I think Arsehole might be the most offensive option, and this is an instance where I think he would rather score more points. Now, especially after this play of EWE, Arsehole blocks almost everything, and the only way you can lose this game now is if Charles has a bingo with an S in the second spot. I don't think you play Escolar here. Maybe he's going to sit down and do the math and figure out if Escolar scores so well, but I think he's going to play defense here. I think Arsehole or a similar bingo to the E comes down.
Well, the tile pool remaining might lend itself to the possibility of something like that, but it doesn't appear that he's drawn something with the S in the second position. He's drawn a BI, so this is going to be interesting, depending on what Matthew selects, and I think you're probably right. I mean, logically, blocking up as many lanes as possible is the right move. But that being said, these racks are both high probability bingo racks, which means you have to do the homework of looking through to determine if there is any possible 9-letter word that gets played, overlaps that overlap 3 or 4 tiles. So depending on which word Matthew selects here, that's really going to determine the outcome of this game, if Charles is able to have a comeback or not. And right now, I think, it's not looking great for Charles just because he's also behind by a few extra points here. So he not only needs to hit a bingo, but he needs to be able to pick up enough off of the remaining last few letters. And how many tiles are in the bag?
There's 7 tiles in the bag. I've put the unseen pool in chat. BEHIILOPRRTVX blank. So actually not a lot. I don't see anything that would bingo with outrances, and a play like Arsehole, Escarole, or another play for making spivs like Saffroll, probably the best play. I want to play to that E. I want to play Arsehole. I want to play Escarole. I want to play something like that. As Charles clutchly has a ridiculous bingo to that E right now, too. He has Bortji, BOERTJIE. So if Matt plays Escolar, he'll draw the last 7 tiles out of the bag. He'll allow Charles to bingo out, and that out bingo would be enough. We've got the score bug wrong right now. Matthew at 376. Charles at 352. So I think Matthew would bingo and pick up VXH, and then Charles's out bingo would be enough for Matthew to lose. Matthew has to play defense here. He can't get bingoed out on, and he needs to do the math, even look for some of these 9s and do everything he can, assuming Charles has a great rack, do everything he can to stop Charles from bingoing next turn. That's a big, big decision for him to make. And we're hearing in chat that the winner of this game is indeed going to go on to the championship. Matthew will not clinch the tournament with a victory here. He, of course, doesn't know that, but huge decision to make for Matthew to stay alive in this tournament. He needs to block these bingos. And yes, he's doing exactly what we expect. I'm not sure. Oh, and he is playing arsehole, I think, but is he spelling it wrong? He's got asrahole. Oh, he
Let's fix
catches it. Okay. So arsehole, yes, we like this play. I wonder what ridiculous bingos may underlap. This needs to be escarole, I think. You need to put the C there and avoid counter bingos because potentially underlaps or overlaps are still possible for Charles. This, I think, needs to be escarole, but our arsehole's still the right idea. I'm not sure if Charles is going to have a counter bingo yet, but a huge decision here for Matthew.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, if you're Charles, you're looking for something. There's still a little bit of hope that you may find something in this pool. It's not as though Matthew had close to perfect information. The 7 tiles in the bag, a lot of possible things to work out. And the what you're looking for though is that R. You know that an E has to be slotted underneath it if you're playing below, and that's challenging. Because if you put the E underneath it, you have a letter to go next to that. I don't believe there's any kind of underlap that will fit there. In terms of overlaps, is there anything? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not really seeing anything. So this looks like, after looking and looking from that perspective, that he will probably not be able to find anything. Am I incorrect when I say that?
No. Charles is going to spend the rest of his clock looking for a bingo that overlaps, looking for potential. I don't see 9 lanes because of squares placement, but there are no playable bingos for Charles. He will spend the entire rest of his clock because he knows now, with the bag empty and junk on Matthew's rack, if he bingos, he wins, and if he doesn't, this game is over. But there are no playable bingos. This is Matthew's game. Barring him collapsing in his chair, this game is over, and Matthew will be proceeding to the championship to play against Ben Schoenbrunn, who won his last game. Lots of fireworks in this game. I bet Charles will put Matthew on hold anyway, just because he knows it's game over. But wow, good decision by Matthew. I wonder. I think Oversail was a better version of this. Because it slots that V, there are no overlaps that can be hit back. So I think he squandered a few points of win percentage choosing Arsehole, but I definitely appreciate that he's putting the content out there for us. Make the content play another profanity after we saw a naughty word come down in the last game. And Charles likely muttering what an arsehole is under his breath as Matthew eliminates him from the tournament and will be proceeding to the championship. Great choice. Really interesting decision, and I hope y'all are learning something at home about how you need to approach these situations given what's unseen to you. Escolar, easily the highest scoring bingo here, and yet you have to do everything you can to block EWE, to block emanates, to block 8s through the U, T, and L and outlie. Matthew did a great job of doing that. Just could have done slightly better with Oversail instead. So we can ask him why he picked this one. Maybe he just figured any bingo to the E would win the game for him. But
I think
great.
we might see a phony come down here, or Blottier through the T and outlands. Blottier is okay, but it'll form Bana, which is not okay. And if he attempts to do that, then then we'll see another turn from Matthew to unload all this. But a consideration here is from Charles is, hey, if I'm losing this game, maybe I focus on my spread and play for a second and just try to make sure that I go out in 2 and pick up as many of those points as I can, minimize the spread in this game. I do feel like that's a possible way of approaching this turn is to really sort of admit defeat and just play. But at one point I saw Blottier lined up. It might have just been part of his process to think through what are the possibilities are. But it seemed as though that he was considering that option.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try Blottier. You have to, with the tournament on the line, like, forget it. I'm going to do this. And Matthew going to hold, but I'm sure he's going to sit down. Well, no, he can't. He's got a challenge, right? The bag is empty. This is game over. He won't get a chance to respond. But yeah, an immediate challenge for Matthew as a BA&A is invalid in CSW. Charles got to take a shot, and with just 24 seconds left on his clock, he figures whatever. Not thinking about spread, 10 grand on the line. You got to get to that championship game. No one's going to fault Charles for playing a phony four here. I'm sure that he's almost certain it's no good, but clever by him to even notice that spot with the four overlaps and the front hook, and just barely didn't have something there. That would have been wild, one tile differently, and maybe he bingos out there. What a game. Back and forwards over and over. And finally, Matthew says, you know what, arsehole, I'm going to the championship, not you. Just kidding. Matthew, one of the nicest guys I know on the competitive circuit. Definitely no offense meant by that word, but a great tactical play to shut everything down and keep him alive in this tournament. So we will be proceeding to our finals after Matthew plays probably picks or something. Again, got to make sure he doesn't give Charles any other crazy overlaps. He might play Vax instead, just to make sure he doesn't do that. But a great, well thought out game by both of these players. Matthew going to come out on top after his clutch blank draw is able to be unloaded just one turn before Charles is. But back and forwards the entire game. Excellent content, and I'm glad we got a really close, tight game as Matthew prevails and we'll move on to the championship. Wow, cool stuff.
Yeah, it was a really good game. It was one where we saw high scoring plays. We had some tough decisions. Both players, I think, they made choices that were very strong, and at the same time, there's a lot to analyze here. I think the turnaround Juga, the turnaround MIDI, the turnaround Whizzes, they all presented interesting options, that had to be considered. Spiv was another turn where I thought, okay, that seemed like the strongest play for sure. But at the same time, you could argue that there were other options. And then, late in the game, Corno, another decision. So Matthew here unloading as many tiles as he can with Phlox. Looks like he'll have a nice way of going out in two after this. It doesn't get any duplication, so it's just face value.
Yeah, Matthew just got to make a decision here. Am I certain you can't bingo now? Phlox would block everything, but he's going to elect to play picks here instead, grabbing more points. Yeah, this game is over. Charles is going to drop binge now. And yeah, this game is over. Charles down to 12 seconds. Matthew leaving himself some garbage, but at this point it's moot. Spread no longer a consideration with the number of ties at the top of the division. Yeah, just a wild game, wild game, back and forwards. Nice play by Arsehole, or of Arsehole by Matthew Tunnicliffe to keep himself alive. And yeah, we will bring you all the championship game. Interestingly, this is also going to put Charles against his twin brother Thomas in a deciding game for third place. So that's going to be exciting stuff as well. Bag is empty at this point. The game is over, and Charles just looking to make his best outplay. But Matthew Tunnicliffe, a well-played game, and he will be back here on board one in a few short minutes, playing against Ben Schoenbrunn for $10,000. I know y'all aren't going to go anywhere and are going to stay right on board to catch this championship matchup. Lots of money on the line, big title on the line. To my knowledge, Ben Schoenbrunn has never won a major such as this one, and I know Matthew Tunnicliffe has already won a national championship in NWL. So Ben with a lot to play for, his big tournament, and Matthew, of course, 10 grand is nothing to sneeze at with 5 grand for a runner-up. I think we're going to try to grab Matthew Tunnicliffe in for an interview if we're able to get Sean back and correct the internet issues that he's having. We'll see if Matthew wants to. I know if I were in this situation, I would prefer to to be alone with my thoughts and try to stay focused. But Matthew, as he told us yesterday in an interview, he's very nonchalant about things now. He doesn't let mistakes in the past get back to him. He tries to focus one turn at a time, and I'm not sure that doing a quick interview would change any of that for him. So really exciting, fun game. Charles making a nice play of Nitro to go out, and this one's done. Matthew Tunnicliffe on top, 496 to, I believe it's going to be 414 for Charles. So great game, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the championship. I'm going to confirm now with our team to see if we can get Sean back for an interview and if we can
Yeah,
get
I'm here.
Matthew in the room as well. Working on this right now. Sean, can you hear me? Are you back?
I never left. I was just sitting still. He thought I was frozen. So I was at the edge of my seat with all this action that I was petrified. No,
Gotcha.
I'm really excited to talk to Matthew about this game, and then just in the lead up to this this great finish we're going to have. So another really great game. I feel like there were a number of things we can discuss about this specific game, but well played by Charles. It was back and forth toward the end, and could have been anybody's game really, depending on where those last set of tiles fell. But it really just came down to getting the timing right, and as those final lane was swallowed up by Matthew's bingo, Charles was not able to play his beautiful tiles anywhere. So them's the breaks, as they say. But a good game by both players.
Yeah.
Now,
We'll get Matthew in here shortly. I'll do a quick update in some other divisions while Matthew takes the short stroll over, and we'll try to keep this interview short and tight, as I'm sure his head would rather be in other places than talking to us in chat. In TWL Division 1, of course, we saw Jackson Smiley clinch that 2 hours ago, Gibsonized with 3 games to go. We'll have a tight second place matchup between the resurgent Zachary Ansell, who's the 23rd seed out of 30, but sitting in second place right now, versus another Montrealer, Jason Lee. The winner of that game likely to get second place and $5,000 in Division A of TWL, unless Josh Sokol wins a huge blowout over Joey Krafchick, while Jason Lee wins a nail biter against Zachary Ansell. They've got about 160 points of spread between them. In Division B, Minahem Rosenberg has had a very tough morning, but it looks like he will need some pretty poor luck in this last one, or he'll be able to hold on. Tijan Zhang just one game behind him, but will need a victory by about 160 points to catch up and win that division. Otherwise, it's Minahem's to lose. And I believe we just had Kyle Falahi clinch Division C this round. So congrats to Kyle and congrats to Jackson, the 2 winners of the division already. And best of luck to everybody playing in second place games, Zachary and Jason in Division 1 of NWL. And Tijan Zhang could drop down to third in the B division if he doesn't hang on. Matthew should be over shortly. He got word right now from our team that he is on his way. So chat, help us out. What do you want us to ask Matthew? And what kind of hype, what kind of messages of love do you want to pass along? I know Jeremy, his clubmate from Ottawa, wants to send some messages as well, probably also texting him. I want to give a shout out. I know it's the 4th of July, but America is not representing this tournament. Canada with a thorough smackdown of a lot of these titles, as Matthew Tunnicliffe hails from Canada, Jackson Smiley, our Division 1 winner, in NWL hailing from Canada, Kyle Falahi as well, a Canadian, just clinched Division 3. So Americans not doing a good job of defending our turf over what is a holiday weekend for us both. Canada Day in Canada was July 1st, and the 4th of July, of course, here in America. Matthew, congratulations. I really want to go down to that last bingo you played. What was going through your rack as you pulled AELORS blank, and then as you thought through that turn with, of course, 7 tiles in the bag?
Well, first of all, I was shocked to draw that well. I knew there were 2 blanks and an S to be drawn, but I when both blanks are unseen all game, you just assume, oh, my opponent has them, my opponent has them. So to just grab them out of the bag and see them on my rack and all these bingo lanes open, I'm like, wow, I have a chance, you know. As long as he doesn't bingo as well and catch me with a bunch of tiles, I was shocked to draw that well. But yeah, I had the bingo on the right side, hooking entrances, and I was like, I don't think I can do that. He's going to have his own, and I'm going to eat all of these horrible letters. So I tried to come up with the most defensive 8-letter word I could. I think escarole was better, and I realized that after my play. But I don't know, did he have anything playable at the end, or was he...
He was stuck. He was stymied. We definitely discussed that possibility that you were both fearing that each other would have the blank when you did. Neither of you did, and then when it sort of came up at the end, you did find a great word to block the lane. And yes, I think the possibilities for Charles, he had to kind of use his time to see if there was anything, and he tried the desperation Bana for Blottier. But a well played game on both sides. So congratulations. But tell us a little bit about how this game, like the moment of kind of playing Collins at this high level, compares to your previous experience, being a champion in NWL.
I had a lot more experience with NWL. I played that dictionary for over a decade. And Collins, I'm relatively new. I've only been studying it seriously since the end of the pandemic, pretty much. So the difference is I am finding myself unsure of words all the time. And as you can see me giving up points on stuff like corno, I was like, well, I know corny is good, but I think it's cornus. But talk myself into giving up 5 points. But I don't mind giving up a nickel here and there. Usually it doesn't matter. But there were a number of plays that game where I wasn't positive of the words.
In the last turn, were you still nervous that Charles might find some way to overlap or find a bingo down?
It was out of my hands at that point, so there was nothing to be nervous about. What happens, happened. I mean, I was annoyed because I saw escarole, and I was like, oh, that probably is a little more defensive. There was a moment of...
I'll point out one more. Oversail was the most defensive bingo on that turn, but you did the right thing, hitting the E and knocking it all out. Yeah, oversail with the V.
I had the right spot, but I stopped looking halfway through the alphabet, I guess. Yeah, there was a moment of panic where I thought I found a playable bingo for him, but it was upside down board syndrome. It wasn't actually there.
Yeah, and I think there were some other turns in the game where there's some choices to be made. One of them was when you played Juga. Did you consider any other options on that turn?
Apparently, there was something good that I didn't consider because that's all I came up with. So what did I not see?
Well, it was not necessarily better, but things like gauge overlapping, or what other options did you consider? A little bit of the decision around MIDI versus playing maybe imide. That you certainly took good score for MIDI. So just wondering like how you approach those decisions. We definitely think that your decisions were really sound and probably arguably the best decisions, but just wondering how your thought process worked there.
Well, the MIDI play was interesting because I could have played the same word with 2 different spellings. I had it available I, E, and Y. So I could keep I, E on my rack, but I saw in my tracking there was still 6 I's to draw or something like that. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep I, E drawing into a bag with 6 I's. Like the 3rd I is going to be killer. So I ended up going with the IE spelling and scored fewer points. It opened up the spot where he scored with a Z, but I still think that's what I had to do. And I ended up with, not a horrendous rack as a result.
What you don't know is that at one point, Charles actually had the word quarter natural that he had drawn. And when you played Haya, that prevented like a Katra from coming down for a lot of points too. So really cool stuff that was happening in this entire game from our point of view. We're going to be getting up to our next game in a moment, and we want you to be able to get yourself into that mentally ready space as well. So thank you for your time, Matthew, and congratulations again on making it this far. And we're going to see you again in this final outing here.
All right, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Matt.
Best of luck, Matt. Lots of love from the chat as well. Jeremy Hildebrand saying hello and go kick some booty. So go do that. Yeah, stretch your legs. We'll see you again on stream in a couple minutes. Congrats, Matt. And for everybody else, I think we are just going to cut to a very brief intermission. As soon as Matthews regained his wits and sat back down at table one, we will bring you some additional action. The final game and the championship game for $10,000 right here from the Word Cup in Albany, New York. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. All right, we are back. We've been waiting for this moment for 30 rounds. The championship game, Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Ben Schoenbrunn. We are ready to go. Players are seated and ready. So we're going to cut right to the game and get you all intense Scrabble action. $10,000 for the winner. Second place, $3,500. Sean, are you excited?
I'm so excited, and can't believe we're already at this point. I mean, we watched so much Scrabble, but it's not enough. We want more, and this championship game is going to live up to the hype. So I'm eager to get them started. To see that the opening handshake tiles are going to be drawn, and that opening draw tells so much about what can happen. And I'm just hoping that we get a fair shake around how these tiles fall. And it's Ben up first. He's drawn his 7 tiles, and we're going to see some excellent Scrabble one way or another. Both of these players have been top notch and deserve to be in these seats.
Yeah, wow. So not the best opening pull for Ben here. Aegklow. He's got the option to play Gowk, Gowk. It looks like he sees another word as well. This is one that's new to me, as I don't know a lot of Collins, but it looks like Quella, Kwela, is going to come down. That's a great play. Scores a lot of points. Also, potentially could have played Kogals, Kogal there. That would clear up the rack, I think, a little bit better. So scoring a little bit more now at the sacrifice of his leave, holding GO instead of VW. But I think both of those are very reasonable plays, and we're off to the races. 34 points for Ben Schonbrun in this championship game. And Matthew to respond, he's going to do so very quickly as, I don't know, Uprootal is what's coming down. AOOPRTU. Wow. So Matthew almost instantly playing this bingo as he gets exactly the floater he needed. And in hindsight, Kogal would have given him Uprootal one space over to the side, devastating bingo down to the triple. So interesting start. Ben can't be happy to get bingoed on turn one, but he's just got to shake it off and respond as best he can. GIINORX on his rack. And I'm seeing immediately opportunities for an X bomb, as we call them, XI, OX, and OI, holding the nice solid GINOR leave. He'd like certainly to address that U in the triple line, and yet I'm not seeing any plays that do that. Sean, are you noticing one?
No, and I think that this play is fairly straightforward. Knowing how quickly Ben has been playing, and he played Quella, it only took just a little over 30 seconds, maybe around 30 seconds on his clock, and he made that play. I'm not surprised to see XI come down quickly as well. It uncouples the eyes, it scores, and then it keeps the bingo-prone tiles. So not surprised at all that we're seeing XI come down fast. And really, I didn't see any option that would have been any better. The possibilities are fairly limited, but now with Matthew having another rack that looks like it's full of common tiles, he's perhaps thinking about something. Some box words. I'm not sure if there's a word through OX that he could play. But I think maybe we might see something like Bolt or if he finds
he's got a really nice play here. Sorry to cut you off. One bingo doesn't fit Lastborn, but he has a double through that W. It's tough to spot, but Blawart, BLAWORT, clearly the standout play for him here. It leaves the U exposed, which perhaps is not something he wants to do, but Blawart for 48 points holding an N, definitely his best play and one that he needs to spot.
Wow. And the Blawart, for those wondering, is the harebell, the corn blue bottle, which is a word from Scots. So very interesting. Not an easy find. If you think of your wort words, I think he will eventually find this if he spends the adequate time on it. But I think intuitively, you look through the U, you look at that X. Eventually, he'll start looking through that W, and then I think he'll find this word.
Yeah, other options available. He has Balloon, BALUN through the U. He has Butanol as well, each of those scoring 30 points, but Blawart for 48, absolutely the standout here. I expect him to take a little bit more time. You want to make absolutely sure you're not missing a bingo as you have floaters of U, P, A, and E. He is going to miss it. Balloon instead coming down. Again, you don't think to double through a W very often, but an uncharacteristic miss from Matthew, who's played very solidly across the course of this tournament. And we switch back to Ben's rack as he has AGILNOR, a very bingo-prone rack. He has the Collins-only Rangoli as a playable bingo, making AR, but I'm not seeing the possibility for any eights that he can play, except, nothing that I'm aware of. He's got, paroling from the P actually is also a bingo. So Ben to bingo back, and that was going to happen independent of Matthew's play, though paroling now scoring 2 additional points. So interesting decision.
He was holding Balloon. So they've taken a little chance here to take a look at, double check this word, and you'll get the nickel for Balloon, and then we'll see. I would imagine that paroling will be found by Ben in no time, and that will place the I just below the double letter score. So, we'll see if Matthew is fortunate enough to draw some kind of big play in that corner. But definitely with ROT on his rack, he's potentially hoping that he could himself draw into some bingo tiles and have a response bingo.
Yeah. So Matthew pulling into his ORT, he's going to get ADD in. Not a lot of flexibility in one of those frustrating racks that not going to be able to score a lot, not going to be able to keep super bingo prone. So Matthew will have an interesting turn as Benji does indeed find his highest scoring bingo, paroling 78 points for him, and it's going to launch him into the lead as Matthew has a rather frustrating rack to deal with. I'm not immediately seeing any good options for Matthew.
He
Maybe
could
a play
play
like
DOT. He could play DOAT in the top right corner. It's about 31 points. I think that is sort of justifiable. It would keep R&D on his rack. This rack normally bingos through an E, but that E is not in a spot that he can use. So I think just trying to keep the game close, not being in a situation where you're overly dependent on bingos. I think it would be better for him to just take the points and keep going. And I think that's probably what will happen sooner than later. If he had drawn an E, though, it would have been interesting if he had found Daneward after missing Blauward. So that would have been a thought process that might have made him realize, oh, I didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, no, DOAT, I think clearly the standout play for him here. Nothing else makes a lot of sense. I think he'll take his time, look for bingos, again, recognize he doesn't have one, and we'll move on from there. Ben with a crazy draw. You love to draw that blank in a championship game, but 4 E's and a V as well. Wow, we're not playing Pokemon, but it'd be great to play Eevee, EEVEE, out of that. So interesting.
Well, he might end up playing Evo, EVOE, or he might play U to the W. But I imagine Evo will be a reasonable play that will score just a little bit more, and it plays in more than one spot. So I would think that would be the play, unless he has another word that I'm not familiar with superior. But DOT does come down, so. Actually, now that I'm seeing the board, Evo will play, VEE could be a consideration as well, forming one in age and div. So there's some options. I kind of like Evo for the fact that it's dealing with one more vowel, but you got to kind of weigh that against the additional points. And I think for V, that looks like it will be just enough more to maybe absorb the fact that if you keep the additional vowel by playing VE or VOE, but I think it would probably choose VE.
Yeah, one other option here is Keeve, Keeve, a nice way to play off 3 of those E's and score well as well. VOE or VEE at the top underneath paroling both give back big counters for Matthews. He can just drop 3 tiles, make Diva or Dive, or more points if he has an S on his rack. So that's one consideration, but not a huge one. Evo as well, forming OK and EW makes a lot of sense. But I think Keeve probably the best play here for Benji. And we'll need to see if he's, that's a play I'm hesitant to make because I'm not 100% sure on the hooks. Does it just take an S or does it take more? But I think just the standout play, and it looks like that's what he's looking at as well. Keeve going to score him 24 points, unmuck this rack, and hold blank OE. One thing I'm looking at if I'm Matthew is Ben is nicely for us putting all of his letters up and down, but that blank is sideways. I wonder, if he notices one tile is a little bit shorter than the rest. I'm not sure how tall this board is, if he can even see Ben's rack, but Ben, I would put that blank the right way. He's going to crush the right play. Keeve, definitely, I think, the standout here. And we're turning back over to Matthew, who's got a very strange rack, DEMMNRV. So that's going to be tough. He's got to be happy to see these E's come out because that gives him significantly more that he can do with his rack. But still not a lot of solid options for him. Remend, Vendor, Nerved, Merman are options through those E's. He's got something like Voider if he wants to hold both of the M's, but I'm not seeing any standout. Maybe Madmen through the A, that'd be holding a V, but you're not going to be able to clean up this whole rack in just one move. MM, just fishing those two. DENRV also rather bingo prone, and MM playing alongside Kiev. Lots to think about here. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew spends a while. If he really wants to blow it all up, I think the best way to unload this rack 2 is Vommed, Vommed, through the O and paroling. Doesn't score well, but gets rid of all of this dreck at once. And with 2 unseen blanks to Matthew, maybe you do go digging for him. Sean, between MM, Vommed, just Vom, Madmen, what are you thinking here?
Well, I think this is arguably the toughest turn we've seen so far in this game. I don't know that there's one right answer. I do like the option of playing Vommed and turning over the tiles and kind of throwing this bad stuff away. And that seems to be what he's selected. I think sometimes when you see your tile rack and you think it's so disgusting, it makes you want to vom. So that's appropriate.
Yeah, we like this play. It does give back huge double-double opportunities with the right overlaps, but you can't play scared like that and be afraid of opening a double-double in a game where you're down. Just got to get that dreck off your rack, try to get back in bingo range as quick as you can. I like this idea for Matt, and it does open the board up in a way that maybe this board wasn't otherwise going to get opened up. So Ben now to respond, as Matthew dealt with a bunch of consonants, Ben dealing with a bunch of vowels, DEE, IOU blank, can't be super excited to draw more vowels into his EO blank leave. And as far as I see, there are no playable bingos for Ben on this turn. There were 2 potential 8s if you got a B, R, or T as a floater, but those are not there. And now Ben going to be stuck deciding, do I make a play like video, try to get rid of some of these vowels? Do I play a little smaller with something like EVOE through the V? Meowed from the M is another option, MEOUED. But Ben can't like all those plays for the same reason. They open this board in a game where he's ahead and he has the blank. He's up by 26 points and it's his turn. Don't want to open the board. I think Meowed, MEOUED, has to be the play to make here. But I am not totally sure if I'm missing a good option. Maybe OX.
I kind of like dumping dumping the EI to form REI and Oxum. It scores, I believe, 22 or something like that. I could be doing my math wrong.
22.
But it's a little bit of a squeezing play, and he's choosing Lewd. I don't like Lewd better than Meowed. So this one, I'm not sure if you feel that this is a play that's similar to that. But to me, if you're gonna be giving up the ED, then you may as well and playing on that side. Then you may as well keep going. And I don't think that the hanging the D up in the top right corner is dangerous enough to worry about that when you can unload 2 more vowels. So how do you feel about that, Matthew?
If nothing else, I would spend more time there. I still prefer Meowed. Ben doing a good job knocking out the double-double. That's the last thing you want to allow Matthew to do in this situation with your lead, with your advantage in this game. But if nothing else, Ben, I think you need to spend a little bit more time on that turn. It's a big deciding turn in the game. He is going to end up drawing very well into his EIO blank leave this time with CFS. And Matthew has AENNRSW. Wanner is good, WANNER, but it is an adjective. It extends to wanest. There is no wanners, and there are no playable bingos for Matthew on this turn. So he'll have to make a decision. Is wanners good? Even if it's not good, do I think I can sneak it by Ben? You see he set up Swanner as well. I think he's talking himself out of both of these words. And if he's
Well,
not
we just
going,
heard from Matthew that he's unsure of Colin's words, and this is a tough thing where you've learned a word as one, knowing that it's an adjective that compares to oner and onest, but then you have to ask yourself, wait, when did I learn that? Did I learn that before I started playing Collins? And did I specifically relearn that word when I started studying Collins? And in his case, as he said, since the pandemic, that I know for sure whether or not it has that water could be maybe a noun in this other lexicon. So that definitely creates a problem from your level of certainty. I don't think that he'll take a chance to take a chance on it. I think he's more likely to try to dump a WN and try again. Um, he doesn't have a great way to play that WN to score a lot of points. He can score, somewhere between 12 and 15 points or something with short plays, I think. But it's definitely not an optimal situation for him right now. The deficit that he's behind is not that much, though. So I think if he thinks he can play short and draw into a bingo the next turn, that's probably where he'd want to go. However, it's most likely the case where Ben will have a bingo in the next turn, and that'll become a challenge.
yeah. So Matthew, again, the decision: do I play long? Do I play short? Do I score now? Do I try to score more later? So he's got just WAN through the A and uprootal, holding the very bingo prone AENRS, but scoring just 13 right now. He has answer and Keeves, which will open this board up, but play off almost all of his bingo tiles. That scores 33. Or he can split the difference with a play like Bond, which is what he's doing. Score a little bit more now, 18 instead of 13, at the expense of slightly destabilizing his leave. Now, looking at the tracking is very important for Matthew here. There are 7 unseen I's, 5 unseen E's, 3 unseen A's, 4 unseen O's. So one of those 7 I's will definitely help him out of this situation. And we'll see if he's able to pull that and pull a bingo here. But Bond kind of split the difference, score a little bit now, and try to score again next turn. Although I don't think that draw is what he wanted. And Ben, with a bunch of gifts on his rack, one might even say he has an eco gift on his rack, as eco gifts plays along the 6th row, forming XIS. It'll triple the C, it'll triple the F. It's a very nice play. Thank you for pointing that out in chat, Alex Seaholm. And we'll see if he sees that play, and if he does see it, if he actually wants to play it, as it slots an E in a triple in a game where he's pulling ahead by 110. Maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe he's choosing not to bingo at all. And I think he only had 2 bingos in that rack: offices and Coiffes, COIFFES. Neither one of those plays. So actually, Eco Gifts is the only playable bingo that Ben had, according to Quackle. And he either misses it, bypasses it, or one of those. But I think that's a turn that Ben rushes for sure. I know that he has all of Matthew's thought process to try to alphagram that rack and find stuff, but he did miss one. And with 17 minutes and 45 seconds on your clock, I don't know that that's what you want to do. So Matthew with the miss of Blawart earlier, Ben with the probable miss of Eco Gifts now, although funnily enough, he's basically drawn it again, or very close to it. Tough spot. Probably don't even look through that T in most cases. And we'll switch over to Matthew now. EENORRS. He tried to split the difference, be a little bit more aggressive, and played off the A, thinking he can probably draw another bingo. And he did actually get one. Overrens, OVERRENS, does play through the V. We've seen a little bit of shakiness on Colin's words before, so Matthew, I bet, spends a little bit more time and verifies to himself, yeah, that is good, right? I'm not thinking of anything else. But overrens, I believe, the one playable bingo that Matthew has. Once we get this put into Quackle, I can get you a definitive answer. But I almost certainly expect him to see this. A player of his caliber shouldn't be missing a bingo like that. He's just going to take his time, make sure there's nothing else, make sure he's sure that's a word. And over Ren's going to come down as Ben probably to bingo back after that. One unseen blank, so if Matthew pulls it after this bingo, it's still certainly anybody's game. But Ben with a 60-point lead and a bingo on board, we'll see. The next draw for Matthew is crucial. Matthew is playing over Ren's here. He's oh no. Matthew just plays over and hits his clock, holding RENS. Huge bingo miss for Matthew here. Oh goodness. And now we switch over to Ben. Matthew is going to bingo next turn with something like reusing, but you need to hit the bingo now. Ooh, tough miss and a big high stakes game for Matthew. And now Ben back on board. He's got to make a decision. What is my most defensive versus highest scoring bingo? Do I play something down from the A like Aconites? Do I try to knock out that front hook on cover, the back hook on Kiev? Do I score as much as I can right now, or do I try to shape this board? Maybe a play with uprootals, I'm not maybe a bingo that starts with an S and makes uprootals. Lots of stuff to think about, and even the potential for 11s from over. That would be incredible. A huge flex on stream in the championship game. Is something there? So Ben's got a lot to think about. I can't imagine he doesn't spend a good amount of time on this turn. Looks like the highest scoring bingo is Echoist, ECHOIST, forming hover. That's really tough to spot, but is going to triple the C. However, it opens a triple line and another bingo line. And with the leave he has, I think that's a crazy play. You've got to play something a little bit more defensive. Perhaps a play like Cestoid and Kievs is available. Quackle letting us know that there are no sick over words or cover words. But if I'm Ben, I certainly look for the flair on stream in this situation. So lots for Ben to think about. I'm not sure what the right answer is, and this is more one of those situations where, what am I comfortable playing? What am I comfortable giving my opponent? So it looks like Ben has opted to play Coziest, COSIEST. Not a bad decision as well. It addresses a lot of the big spots on this board, and Ben, after Matt's big bingo miss, is going to jump further ahead. We know Matthew will bingo back with reusing or something similar to that, but Ben now up over 100 points, and Matthew to have just a low-scoring bingo back, if I'm seeing correct. Whoa.
Yeah, it's quite a turn of events in this last few turns. I mean, Eco Gifts was a potentially harder find, but partly because of the placement. It's also maybe not a word that comes up every day. But you could feel that rack had a number of things, so maybe to keep looking, and then here with the following play with overruns seems to be maybe just a gap from somebody who hasn't played Collins that long, so that's understandable, but definitely a couple of unforced errors, you could say. That said, they're both still getting bingos down in the following turn, so it's almost like that error has corrected itself, and now Matthew's chosen Seigneur, which is a really big score because he's pluralizing uprootal, and seems to be, he's committed his play, and that's the one that's come down. So even though they may have made these little misses, I think it's nice that neither one player was punished too severely for that. They each kind of move on from that to get their bingos down.
So 2 interesting things here now for Ben. It looks like they've paused the clock to confirm the score. I don't think this is a challenge. I think they're just trying to make sure their numbers are all correct. One for Benji, he has Tsuris now. The second game we've seen this come up, Tzuris through the U. Tough to spot that word, but it'll score a good amount of points. The other thing, all these different spellings of Seigneur, it seems very arbitrary which ones do and don't take S's. Ben has 2 S's now. Will he try the hook? It is invalid. But will he try it? Maybe Matthew is trying to bait him. Maybe Matthew just trying to do his highest scoring bingo. But that's a big thing yet to come. Ben is going to crush that spot. Zuri's is going to put him back up by about 110. Though Matthew drawn QI with a great plays to crush that Q. It's going to leave him with the very unstable ABGHH as a leave. But when you can score that much with your Q, you almost need to. Matthew probably going to see if he can set up his Q elsewhere. If he's got a big like hover play that maybe retains the Q, I don't expect that Sura's spot to go away if he can hold QI and score a lot right now. But yeah, he'll take his time on this turn. Very important that he's able to score now and maybe try to get himself in bingo range shortly. He does have a high, AHIGA, which is playable with hover. That doesn't quite set up the Q, but it does open the board up quite a bit. But I think QI definitely, just the amount of points he can score there has got to be his right thing to do. So that's what he's going to do. Hits his clock, puts it back on Ben. ADFIPST is Ben's rack. So not the most balanced, but does have something like zaps from the Z to score a lot of points again this turn, though it does float an S out for Matthew. Sean, do you see any short words from the Z that don't burn Ben's S?
No, I think that's going to be it. But like he's holding on to the F, so potentially on a later turn he could play below coziest. So I think in terms of being able to score, and the potential usefulness of the S is limited right now. Yes, it's a generally good bingo tile, but in terms of pluralizing things, there's not that much to do here. So I don't think it's too big a deal, and he can kind of keep the pressure on Matthew with the scoring being so continuous. After you bingo with Seigneur, if your opponent then scores with the Z and then uses it again to score twice, they've kind of neutralized your bingo and then some with these two non-bingo plays. So it really puts you in a tough spot because it takes a lot of work to get to that bingo, and then it's not it doesn't in terms of paying off from a points perspective. You feel like, hey, I'm still in this big hole. Why is that? So it's challenging now, and now he's got the plays with the H's. He didn't really draw anything too synergistic. He's picked up the J, which then gives him words like Hudge, which he may have to play, but it's looks like he might play Hen and Hudge or Ish and Hudge, but I would think it'd be Hen and Hudge. But that just means that the board again will not necessarily be expanding in terms of opportunities, and that is not good news for Matthew, who is still trying to get to a point where he can rebalance his rack, and it's going to take him probably 2 or 3 turns to get to a point where he can do that. And meanwhile, Ben will score a bit and be able to try to set himself up again for another bingo.
Yeah, so unseen to Matthew are 3 I's. So he could make a play like HAJ and HIS, setting up an I hook that he doesn't have. But the odds that Ben does have an I after his last string of plays is extremely high. So maybe Matthew needs the volatility down 100 points, or he can make a more conservative play, Hodge in that spot that he's chosen, or with HEN next to FOE. Both of those are reasonable options as well. So Matthew, I think, holding the Val, not many Vals left for him to pull, and he's just got to hope he picks up that blank and is able to do something with it. He's going to miss it again, and you can almost see from his posture his chances in this game are slipping away. We know Ben does not have the blank, but he doesn't know that. In this situation, he has to play as if Ben doesn't, because it's game over if he does, and there's no point playing for spread right now. You've got to try to win $10,000 if you can at all. Ben did not pull what he hoped to after Zaps. He also had ZATI in that same spot, 6 fewer points, but ZATI held 4 consonants, and he did draw 3 more. So whether he missed or chose to play Zaps for points or tactical purposes, it now looks like a huge decision that he did, because 7 consonants is not ever where you want to end up when you're nursing a lead and trying to stop your opponent from catching back up into this game. So bad draw, but it could have been a lot worse. Ben, I think, just going to try to score as much as he can. He'll play drift. It opens a spot for Matthew to potentially bingo on a triple word with the right overlaps, but it scores so well that he'll likely survive that bingo anyway. Unclutters a nasty rack and fishes for that blank in the bag. Unseen to Ben are 17 unseen tiles, 10 in the bag. So even if Matthew does bingo after drift, Matthew's not going to be able to bingo a second time. This is looking very close to game over unless Matt's able to come up with a very clever play to get back into this game. It's going to take a miracle, but I bet he sets up a way to try to make a miracle happen here. Maybe some kind of overlap. Gotta set up a lane where he can draw a high-scoring bingo. And Ben, a big sigh of relief as he does draw that blank. It's going to be very challenging for Matthew to bingo on him now. Ben, you can see probably covering a grin on his face as he knows he's more or less won this tournament and $10,000 at the Word Cup. Matthew gonna go down swinging though. He's got to assume here that he draws the blank. I'll give y'all the unseen pool. There are 5 in the bag right now. Blank C, E, EEINNTUYY. So I think after a 5-tile play like drift, Matthew has to hope on the 50-50 chance that Ben left the blank as one of the 5 in the bag and did not draw it as one of the 5 he just drew. We know, of course, that's not true, but Matthew got to do everything he can. Look for bingos that he can draw. Hope that Ben has UYYI or something in that vein. Of course, we know this is essentially decided, but Matthew going to use probably the rest of his clock trying to find ways to bingo here. He can't just make a play like GOAL alongside drift and rollover. He'll go down swinging if I know anything
If he
about
plays something like HOA, then under coziest he could play that really aggressively. It's 3 tiles. You may be able to draw something. It's just not going to work. I mean, I don't think that. I think that it gives Ben lots. Ben has lots of options in terms of ways to come back. But from Matthew's vantage point, maybe if he turns over enough tiles, he could pull into something, fortunate. That's the thing, is really like, how do you give yourself some kind of chance, some kind of shot? It might be something unlikely, but you want to kind of give yourself enough opportunity to go from having a rack, which is not very bingo prone, to one. That he's kind of lined up HOA here, so he's considering that possibility. But you fork the board, you create this stress that, hey, if my opponent does somehow hit a bingo, will they catch up? And then it becomes a math game. But the one thing about playing HOA is that at least the score in of itself for this play would be 12, 34, 20, 31 points. So let's just say, yeah, I could stay maybe in range if I'm able to bingo out. And the range is also very important, because you can't just say, oh, okay, I'm going to play whatever will get me into a bingo, but meanwhile fall so far behind that a bingo won't even win. And that's a consideration that's often missed by players, is that maybe you go for something that has statistically less of a chance of bingoing, but at least keeps you in the mathematically in the game, and that is something very important of consideration for Matthew. The flexibility that this blank provides means that it's going to be really hard for anything to happen that Ben can't overcome.
Yeah, HOA seems like what he's thinking about here. The problem is with those 2 unseen Ys, even a play like YIN from Benji will score so well that I'm not sure a bingo back from Matthew will be enough to win the game. He's probably doing exactly this math in his head right now. What bingos could I actually draw? What would Ben end up with left on his rack? And probably deciding, you know what, a yin is going to kill me here. So he's going to play low ta instead, try to bingo to that H, overlapping drift down from the B or down from the S in zaps. He needs to score now, not let Ben score, and to try to get back into this game. Ben did have a bingo on his rack. Tenuity played with ST and TE, and HOA would have given back Tenuity for significantly more points. So it works out in this instance, but Matthew has to know now without drawing the blank. You see him pursing his lips. This game's done, and he will not be bringing home his second major championship and $10,000. Instead, Ben Schoenbrunn going to be our CSW Division Championship. He has a bingo as well, so can he go out in style and play Antique, making the blank a Q from the A that Matthew strung out? Will he go out in style, or will he just make this turn quickly and ensure the victory? We'll find out shortly, but I think in either case, with the garbage that Matt has and unseen to Benji, ABCEGINY, just one in the bag. Gynecia, potentially unseen, but no spot for it. I'm not seeing any other bingos in that rack unless there's a Collins only one. Antique, certain to win this game. Ben will miss it. He'll play Unity instead, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Oh, Untidy instead. More points. So Ben missing Antique. We've seen several misses in this game, but cannot emphasize enough how hard it is to play on stream. So Ben Untidy going to win the game for him. While we're here, please like this video, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. If you like watching Scrabble, there will be plenty of it on this channel. Josh Greenway doing some great work. Sean as well, doing everything he can to bring Scrabble to y'all. Gotta give a lot of thanks to everybody involved in putting this tournament together. Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, directors, Word Game Players Organization, and Linda Finn doing a lot of the brain work. Seth Lipkin and crosstables.com for hosting the entrance list and making everybody's lives easier. Noah Slatkoff, I cannot say enough nice things on the back end, has been running Quackle for us and keeping our scores updated. So a thankless job, no FaceTime, and all the work. I've been rotating on and off. Sean has been here all day, every day, running the stream and finally moving over to commentary. Josh Greenway now behind the scenes, putting this all together. Annette Tedesco and her legacy living on in this big tournament. She hosted July 4th tournaments for years and years in Albany, got us this venue and a great relationship with them. So just so many people. It takes a village to put this stuff together. And of course, everybody here on the stream watching us. We wouldn't be streaming unless we had people like y'all keeping us entertained in the chat and watching this. So thanks to everybody for putting together what was an awesome event, Word Cup in Albany, New York, 2023. We will have another Word Cup next year. 2024's Word Cup has been announced to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So bring your shorts and short sleeves. It's going to be hot, but the desert in the summer is absolutely beautiful, and the mountains in Albuquerque beautiful as well. Get your name on that entrance list early. Block off your calendars. I believe it's in July. And lots of stuff going on, lots of Scrabble. Like and subscribe to this channel. Check out wordgameplayers.org to find more tournaments in your area, or cross-tables.com to find information about these players and other upcoming tournaments as well. Sean, do you have any other words? Did I miss anybody?
Well, I'll give a shout out to my wife. She was Miriam was behind the scenes in a lot of the registration pieces. There's many people who have contributed to this event, to this tournament scene that we have. So I'm appreciative of everybody who has been involved. The great hospitality provided by the city of Albany, by the folks here at this host venue, at the Marriott. So certainly a great collaborative effort all around. I thank all the players who came out, some of them who didn't know what to expect and decided, hey, I'm going to try this. I'm going to come out. And folks like ourselves who made the trip from some distance. Some people came from great distances. Some people came from across the water. Those people, I really want to appreciate them as well. So now we've got Beachy coming down to unload these tiles. Maybe that's the way that the rest of the summer can be spent by these guys once they cash in their prize checks for first and second. I think it's going to be worthwhile, and there's more Scrabble to be played. There will be this. Matthew will go on to battle in another day for another event. So really tremendous performances by them. So congratulations to our World Cup Collins champion Ben Schoenbrunn, first time champion, but probably not the last time. Well done.
Yeah, well done for Ben. I'm sure we'll get him back here for an interview as soon as he's able to, you know, gather his composure, catch his breath. I'd be grinning ear to ear. My first major championship, $10,000 in my pocket. Ben's got to be on cloud nine right now, and deservedly so. You've got to play very well across the course of a tournament in a field with absolutely killer players. Adam Logan, Will Anderson, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Matthew O'Connor, both Reinke twins, to come on top after 31 games for all of that. Big congrats to Ben, and congrats to Matthew Tunnicliffe as well. Gave us some great games on stream. Second place certainly ain't shabby, and $3,500, I believe, is the prize fund for him. Getting us an update in TWL, Jason Lee appears to have eked it out over Zachary Ansell, giving Montreal even more exposure. He'll finish second place in NWL. And depending on the result of Joshua Sokol versus Joey Kravchik, the winner of that game will jump into third, with Zach either finishing fourth or fifth, depending on. He'll finish fourth regardless. Looks like we're getting Benji over here in just a few short minutes. He's collecting his hugs, his victory selfies. Absolutely relish this moment, Benji. Enjoy it. You deserve it. And we'll get him on stream in just a few minutes. Looks like Thomas Reinke won the Battle of the Twins to finish third place in the CSW division. Trying to figure out what's happening in the rest of these divisions as well. It looks like Menahem Rosenberg is still pending against Tijan Zhang for that championship, but he would have to lose by 160 or more, so likely our champion there. And Kyle Falahi winning Division C. Ben now taking the Walk of Fame down the hallway for his congratulatory interview. Sean going to make some space in chat. Any messages of love or support you want to pass along to Ben, let me know now and I can get them to him. There's about a minute delay between when you send a message and when I see it in chat. But any messages of love or support, I'll give a shout out. And anything else you can ask Benji for sure. But here he is, our 2023 Collins Division World Cup champion, Ben Schoenbrunn. We manifested this 2 rounds ago. I said I'd see you back here. Congratulations, Ben. How do you feel?
I'm not sure yet.
It feels surreal, eh?
Yeah, a little bit. I've been working at this for so many years. This game was obviously just a bad game, but the game before this was really intense. I had to find oil field.
So you earn your spot in the finals, and then you come up with a win. Yeah, sometimes you have a game that you wouldn't necessarily draw it up that way, but I mean, you played a really strong game. I mean, I think you're critical of yourself because you're playing at such a high level to begin with. So congratulations. We see that it's a very an emotional thing after you play for years and years at Scrabble. Scrabble is an unforgiving competition where you don't think like, oh, I'm really going to win at the top with these such great players, but then you've done it. So congratulations. What's going through you emotionally right now?
Well, first of all, a little bit of disbelief, a little bit of closure at these 16 years that I spent trying to get matches to this game have not gone to waste. I really proud of myself. A few people just came up to give me hugs. I ran in here because I knew I wouldn't ever have a good time too if I didn't just come in immediately and talk about it. But yeah, it's shocking.
So
Yeah.
Now that you are the champion, it comes with a little prize as well. Do you have any plans for how you might put that money to good use?
I don't. it's windfall money, obviously. I offered my opponent to split in this past round, and he turned it down. And I said, "You're a loss."
Wow. A gutsy move by Matthew, and it doesn't pay off for him. But yeah, I'm sure
Always
you'll
take the
find.
split if offered. Don't always offer, but I always take the split. Chat, always take the split.
Yeah, wow, wow. Well, I'm sure you're glad he turned that down in hindsight. Man, you're going to have a lot coming up. What's next for you in Scrabble then? You finally got that major championship you've been chasing for 16 years. Are you looking to cement a legacy now, play more majors, win them all? Or are
Well,
you going to maybe take a little break? What's next?
I kind of already have my flight booked for Vegas. I don't know that I'm going to be all that motivated to do well there. Might just be a little bit of a victory lap, but
Well, you're going to be going there with them,
Yeah.
with crosshairs on you, because all the other players are now going to be realizing, oh, Ben Schoenbrunn, take him as seriously as anyone else. He could be the best of the best. So that's a big deal. Yeah, you're right. You may not have the pressure to perform. You've already done it. So congrats. This is a big thing. Any moments from the game that you thought were specifically notable that you wanted to kind of comment on?
Nothing super crazy. I did notice that drift. There was like a possibility of a drift play later on if I just needed like a little thing to score points and play off a few tiles, but it never came up. I just drew the other blank.
Yeah, the blanks themselves.
I drew all my blanks today.
Right. Wow.
But it takes more than good play to win a tournament with killer sharks like Adam Logan, Will Anderson, Matthew Tunnicliffe, a lot of defending champions.
Well, I drew two blanks and I drew two blanks on Friday or Saturday. So and I've drawn like 40% of the blanks at Albany over the years. Like
it seemed as though maybe the
curse is reversed. Like all the horrible Albany tournaments I've had, they are all fine now. I'm okay with them all now.
It seems
As Scrabble give it, then Scrabble take it away. But I'm glad, you're happy now. Go ahead, Sean.
It seems almost as though what just took the game right over to the edge was after Senior, like you were able to have the two big Z plays back to back, right?
Ceres and.
So at what point did you feel like, hey, I now think I'm him? Like I see victory in my eye line.
Well, after my bingo.
Right.
After I played Cozy, or after I drew the blank, honestly, the first blank.
Right.
I was feeling pretty good. If he had bingo, I wouldn't have felt as good. But
are you going to frame that score sheet?
I probably should. I'm not gonna get that board framed and hang it over my bed or anything, anything crazy like that. But if you don't mind, I'd like to go now.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Go take your victory walk. Congratulations from us. You're getting a lot of love in stream. Congratulations. Go relish this moment. Thanks for taking the time with us.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
Absolutely. All right. Well, one more plug for the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Subscribe, like this video. We'll have a lot more Scrabble content coming your way. Up next, in 2 weeks, we've got a big tournament from Las Vegas. Ben and Jackson both playing there, and Las Vegas is a great place to be with $10,000 in hand. Lots of fun to be had. So we will be streaming that somewhere. Go look for it on the internet. But July, a huge month for Scrabble, as we've got both the North American Scrabble Championship and the World Championship coming up from Las Vegas. We're going to cut the stream there. Thanks to everybody who watched. Like and subscribe. I am Matt Kanik, joined by Sean Abbasi, and this concludes the 2023 Word Cup. Thanks to everybody, and adios.
Congratulations to all our players.